Hello. Distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, Namaste, Vanakkam, and a very good morning. I deem it an honor to be your host for the inauguration of India Mangrove Conclave IMC 2024 on behalf of the National Center for Coastal Research and the Center for International Forestry Research and World Agroforestry. I extend a very warm welcome to each and every one of you. I request our honored dignitaries to now take their seats on the dais. Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, Chairperson, MS Swaminathan Research Foundation. Dr. K. Ravichandran, IFS, Director, Indian Institute of Forest Management, Bhopal. Professor Balaji Ramakrishnan, Director, National Institute of Ocean Technology. Dr. M.V. Ramanamurthy, Director, NCCR. Dr. Rupesh Bhomia, Scientist, CIFOR ICRAF. And Dr. Uma Shankar Panda, Scientist F, NCCR. Thank you very much. Before we begin, I would like to inform you all to kindly put your phone on silent mode and refrain from using them unless it is essential to do so. To reduce our impact on the environment, we follow the Government of India's Life or Lifestyle for Environment principles and would be grateful if you all did so as well. Without further ado, I request one and all to kindly rise for the invocation.
ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾಯಕ ದೇವಾ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾಯಕ ದೇವಾ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ಪಾಶಾಂಕುಶಧರ ಮೂಷಿಕ ವಾಹನ ಸರ್ಪಾಲಂಕೃತನೇ ಗಜಾನನ ಪಾಶಾಂಕುಶಧರ ಮೂಷಿಕವಾಹನ ಸರ್ಪಾಲಂಕೃತನೇ ಗಜಾನನ ಆಧಿಪೂಜಿತನೇನು ವೇದವಧಿತನೇನು ಆಧಿಪೂಜಿತನೇನು ವೇದವಧಿತನೇನು ಮೋದಕ ಪ್ರಿಯನೇನು ಗಣನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾಯಕ ದೇವಾ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾಯಕ ದೇವಾ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು.
Now, I request our respected dignitaries on the dais to mark the start of IMC 2024 with lighting of a lamp as a symbol of respect for knowledge that lets us soar high like the flame of a lamp. Thank you very much. The India Mangrove Conclave, IMC 2024, is jointly organized by the National Center for Coastal Research, NCCR, and the Center for International Forestry Research and World Agroforestry, C4ICRAF. This conclave strives to provide a platform for experts, researchers, enthusiasts to come together for conservation and sustainable management of India's mangroves and the unique ecosystems they support. C4ICRAF is a research organization dedicated to addressing complex environmental and developmental challenges on a global level, and NCCR, a center under the Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India, has been studying India's coasts and providing inputs for policymakers for 25 years now. Dr. M.V. Ramanamurthy, the director of NCCR, specializes in the fields of offshore and coastal hydrodynamics, wave structure interaction, modeling coastal hazards, ports and harbors, coastal and environmental engineering, and ocean structures. He is now also the mission director of India's Deep Ocean Mission. I now request Dr. Ramanamurthy to present the welcome address.
Very good morning to all. Respected Chief Guest, Madam Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, Chairperson of MMSRF, and esteemed Guest of Honor, Dr. K. Ravichandran, Director IFM Bhopal, Professor Balaji Ramakrishnan, Director NIOT, and Dr. Eliana, CEO C4, who will be giving a speech from the online recording. Dr. Rupesh Bhumia, I think it is his initiative, this conclave has been done there. And then my colleague, Dr. Umak and Sankar Panda, and many veterans in the of the dais, our regional director, Dr. Balchandran, and many of the people who I learned mangroves from them, especially MSSRF, and officials from the central and state government, and then my own colleagues, and all the dignitaries. It is a great honor to welcome you all to this India Mangrove Conclave 2024, which is first of its kind, jointly organized by National Center for Coastal Research and C4. This gathering is a reflection of shared commitment to conserve and sustainably manage one of the most vital, vulnerable ecosystem of our planet, what is called as the mangrove. In fact, still I remember when I was first learning about the mangrove, I have been to Pichavaram, I think it is all from MSRF. I started an opportunity and then started working on that. I am not working on the conservation, but I was working most on the hydrodynamics how to restore these mangroves further. That was my first association. Thanks to Madam and MSSRF for I think it was with them I started my career. Mangroves are indispensable pillars of the coastal resilience. They sequester carbon, shield the coastline from the storm surges, and sustain diverse marine terrestrial species. Most importantly, provide livelihood for the coastal community, especially on the fisheries and various other areas. The conclave is a recognition of their critical role in achieving global sustainable goals, including India's commitment to the net zero by 2070 and also our NDCs. At NCCR, we started our journey in 1999 with mapping of critical habitat information system, mangroves, corals, seagrass. This was the basic foundation which we started. The foundation was guided conservation priorities and informed the policies at national and state levels. We started working on preparation of ICZM plans. That time NCSM was not born, so we were supporting to the MOFCC in preparation of model ECMAM plans for that. During that time, I think we have mapped many of the mangrove areas along the country, but now National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management is taking care of this one. Taking away from the ICZM plan, we have moved toward a marine spatial planning. Now we are closely working with the MOFCC on preparation of marine spatial plan. What is the difference between the ICZM and MSP is we are going beyond 12 nautical miles in terms of planning for conservation of the ecosystem. This institute is currently working on conducting assessment of ecosystem services provided by the mangrove ecosystem. We have taken Coring as a pilot site under the Indo-Norway collaboration on ecosystem services and accounting, which is formally called as a INACO project. This is where Dr. Panda is involved on that, and then he started his initial introduction on that. We have gone way ahead with this INACO project. This framework will be very useful for the country, and also working closely with the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation to build a framework to value the ecosystem and then see how it will be beneficial for the blue economy. In fact, Government of India has almost initiated a draft policy for the blue economy. Ministry of Earth Sciences is coordinating this blue economy policy, and then we are supporting from the domain side to support MOSP in developing the framework. And this particular conclave, in fact, many of the veterans who are all there, I think their input will be really valuable for the countries valuing the ecosystem for that. The institute is also collaborating with World Bank to develop innovative solutions for the coastal resilience. The noteworthy initiative is the BioShield project, which Dr. Usha has already prepared with Tamil Nadu state government in how we could utilize BioShield for the coastal hazard mitigation and then ensuring our coast is not vulnerable to these natural hazards for that. Providing a nature-based solution to the stakeholders, we aim to enhance coastal protection, mitigate climate risks, and support sustainable livelihoods. In the realm of mangrove conservation, NCCR has contributed a long-term ecological monitoring, geospatial planning, and capacity building programs aimed at local communities. We also explored the integration of mangroves into the broader marine spatial planning strategies, ensuring their protection while unlocking the potential of nature-based solutions for climate adaptation and mitigation, and also for the blue economy. This conclave is a timely platform to amplify these efforts. Over the next 2 days, we will be deliberating on the critical themes such as advancing scientific research, promoting community-led conservation, leveraging technology for monitoring, framing policy that align with the global and national priorities. These discussions will not only enhance our understanding, but also provide actionable insights and roadmap for integrating mangrove conservation and management into India Blue Economy vision and pathway for the net zero emission. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the Ministry of Earth Sciences, C4, ICRF, and all our esteemed partners for their support in organizing this conclave. I especially thank Dr. Ravichandran because I used to interact with him when he was in Andaman. Nowadays, this compensatory afforestation is going to be one of the major areas when we develop projects along the Indian coast. I urge every participant to actively engage in this session, share the knowledge, contribute to crafting roadmap for sustainable mangrove management. This is an opportunity to transfer our collective expertise into tangible outcomes that will benefit both ecosystems and communities. I once again extend warm welcome to all of you and wish you a productive and insightful conclave. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Rupesh Bhomia, scientist at CIFOR ICRAF, is a wetland biogeochemist whose research spans from tropical freshwater swamps to coastal ecosystems across broad environmental and latitudinal gradients. He has worked in mangrove ecosystems of Central America, Africa, and South and Southeast Asia studying carbon cycling. I now request Dr. Rupesh to introduce IMC 2024 to the gathering.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I just want to take a moment and take this in. Having you here sitting in front of me and me being part of this is nothing just like dream coming true. So respected chief guest, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Ravichandran, Professor Balaji Ramakrishnan, Dr. M.V. Ramanamurthy, Dr. Panda, dear colleagues and friends. It is an absolute honor to welcome all of you to the inaugural India Mangrove Conclave 2024. Today is not just an event, it is a moment in a story that has been carefully curated, bringing us all together to write the next chapter of mangrove management and conservation in India. It is not an accident that we find ourselves here. Each one of us represents a piece of a puzzle. Scientists, practitioners, community leaders, managers, social organizers, early career researchers. Together we embody the shared purpose of protecting, restoring, and sustainably managing mangroves, these remarkable guardians of our coasts. If we take a moment to reflect on the rich history of mangrove conservation in our country, we will find that Government of India established a National Mangrove Committee in 1976. This committee, made up of scientists, researchers, and experts, emphasized the urgent need for nationwide survey of mangrove ecosystems. In 1979, which is 45 years ago, which happens to be my birthday because I celebrated 45 years ago, so there is a personal connection there. National Mangrove Committee recommended initiatives such as nationwide mapping using remote sensing, afforestation of degraded mangrove areas, and detailed studies of mangrove ecology, flora, fauna, sediment biochemistry, things which we'll be discussing in today's event. This was done 45 years ago also. These efforts led to the identification of 15 critical mangrove areas for conservation in the country. Since then, there have been several other efforts to galvanize action around mangroves, led by government entities, research organizations, state forest departments, NGOs. Notable, and just a few selection of them, are a seminar on tropical ecosystem by IFGTB Coimbatore in 2010, mangrove inventory and monitoring workshop by C4 in Dehradun in 2014, an online workshop exploring mangrove research in Indian subcontinent in 2021 by C4 and WII, and a symposium on mangrove of East Coast of India by ISER Kolkata in 2023. Today, we gather here to carry forward this legacy. The India Mangrove Conclave represents the next step in our journey to determine and take collective action. Mangroves are nature's multitaskers, and you probably all know this. They shield our shorelines, nurture biodiversity, act as carbon sinks, and support millions of livelihoods. Yet, despite their incredible importance, they are disappearing faster than many other ecosystems. This conclave is our collective opportunity to change that trajectory. Over the next 2 days, we will exchange ideas, showcase innovative research, and forge partnerships. The first day of IMC thematically evolved around scientific research and best practices, with 3 plenary talks, 1 panel discussion, 16 oral presentations by early career researchers, and a participatory group activity. On day 2, the focus will be around adaptation, biodiversity, and human well-being, with 4 plenary speakers, 1 panel discussion, 1 idea exchange session, and a plenary convening before a closing session. 2 full days with ample avenue for unlearning and learning new things. This gathering reflects the diversity of approaches, voices, expertise that are essential for addressing the complex challenges mangrove face today. From advanced scientific research to time-tested traditional knowledge, we are here to create a space where solutions emerge, collaborations thrive, and the seeds of new initiatives are planted. Let us remember that mangroves are more than ecosystems. They are lifelines. They protect our communities, enhance resilience to climate change, and offer hope in a world grappling with multiple ecological crises. As we set forth on this journey, let us recognize the power of partnerships. The solutions to the challenges we face require all of us, individuals, organizations, and communities working together. As the saying goes, a rising tide lifts all boats. This is a perfect metaphor for this conclave. By working collectively, we uplift not just mangroves, but also the millions of lives they support. So I invite you all to engage fully, collaborate openly, and to leave this conclave inspired to act. Together, let us write a chapter that ensures mangrove thrive for generations to come. Thank you, and let's get started.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Eliane Ubali-Joro has contributed significantly to the areas of innovation, gender equity, and sustainable prosperity creation. With a background in agriculture and molecular genetics, she is currently the Chief Executive Officer of C4ICRAF and the Director General of International Center for Research in Agroforestry, ICRAF. Although she could not be with us here today, she has sent us a recorded inaugural address for IMC 2024. Please.
Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and friends, it is an honor to join you virtually at the very first India Mangrove Conclave. This gathering underscores the urgency and opportunity in advancing sustainable mangrove management across India. It marks a critical step toward shaping a national roadmap for mangrove conservation, strengthening coastal resilience, and forging pathways to a more sustainable future. At C4ICRAF, we firmly believe in the power of partnership and collaboration. Today's gathering exemplifies this principle, bringing together researchers, policymakers, practitioners, students, and communities to address the pressing challenges of our time. Complex interconnected ecosystems like mangroves require interdisciplinary solutions, and together we can create sustainable, long-lasting impacts that transcend sectors, institutions, and borders. Evidence-based research is the cornerstone of transformative change. By rooting our actions in robust, data-driven findings, we can move beyond business-as-usual approaches. India's strides in mangrove conservation demonstrate the potential of research to inspire resilience and innovation, providing not only ecological benefits, but also safeguarding livelihoods, biodiversity, and our well-being. However, we cannot achieve this alone. Inclusive and impactful approaches are vital. Whether through private or public sector initiatives, we must prioritize the voices of those most affected by climate change: coastal communities, youth, and marginalized groups. Their lived experiences enrich our understanding and guide us toward solutions that respect and reflect the interconnectedness of life on this planet. Equally important is the diversity and plurality of stakeholder voices. It is this diversity that enables scalable and locally relevant solutions. By embracing collaboration across sectors, disciplines, and cultures, we amplify the potential for meaningful, long-term change. Mangroves are a model ecosystem where these principles converge. They are nature's shield, offering invaluable ecosystem services from carbon sequestration to coastal protection. At C4ICRAF, our work in establishing a mangrove monitoring network across India exemplifies the power of partnership, leveraging diverse skill sets to set baselines that will guide and benefit future generations. The role of young professionals and technology particularly inspires me. Innovations in artificial intelligence and machine learning are revolutionizing how we monitor, restore, and protect ecosystems. Combined with the creativity and passion of young leaders, These tools can address the crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution with unprecedented precision. Lastly, let us acknowledge the critical role of finance and resources in driving this agenda forward. Research and action often falter due to funding gaps, but we have seen time and again that strategic investments can unlock transformative potential. At C4ICRA, we are committed to supporting countries in reimagining priorities and mobilizing resources for sustainable, equitable solutions. As we begin this conclave, I encourage you to dream big, collaborate widely, and act boldly. Together, let us pave the way for a future where mangroves and the communities and ecosystems they support not only survive, but thrive. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring event.
Thank you very much. Professor Dr. Balaji Ramakrishnan has a background in civil and ocean engineering. Prior to becoming the newest director of the National Institute of Ocean Technology, NIOT, about 3 months back, he was a professor at the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. He has received many accolades and fellowships, including the prestigious DAD Fellowship and UNESCO IHE. Requesting Dr. Balaji to address the gathering. Please, sir.
Thank you. Chief guest of today's function, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan. Guest of honor of today's function, Dr. Ravichandran. Dignitaries on the dais, invited speakers, participants, guests, media. Good morning to all of you. As the director of this institute, National Institute of Ocean Technology, I also cordially welcome you all to this wonderful, unique campus. I think I always mention that in every forum, that the institutions under Ministry of Earth Sciences, individual institutions, we are very unique in terms of not just only our mandate, but in terms of the way we look at the science and engineering, obviously, and we stand unique in terms of ocean technology demonstrators in this country, or maybe this part of the world. And I'm really happy that our sister institution in true sense, that we accommodated them actually in the campus of NIOT. So this is, in all sense, NCCR is, we are very proudly say that our sister institution that has come up with a novel idea of organizing this first of its kind conclave in our country. And I must congratulate all the team effort from NCCR to organize this. I think in the time where we are actually having challenges of requirement of the development, thanks to the growth of population, not just only in our country, but elsewhere in the entire globe. One hand, we have the requirement of infrastructure development along the coastline. And I am personally, being a civil engineer and also, coastal port harbor engineer, we always think, from the engineering mind and also engineering eyes. But on the other hand, it is also important duty for us to preserve the existing ecosystem. And the topic of today's conclave is about conserving the mangroves. And we all know that they are very fragile, sensitive ecosystem. They were thriving. We have the requirement of the engineering infrastructure development. On the other hand, we try to balance through our understanding of the science. Dr. Ramanamurthy, director of NCCR, is also standing in the same shoe like I do. He is also an engineer, and he has the equal amount of responsibility to conserve the ecosystem as well. he is responsible for many of the infrastructure development, one hand, and other hand, he has equal amount of responsibility to conserve the ecosystem as well. And we, NIOT, also have done some exercise in association with the NCCR. I think it is all well known to all of you. And we would be happy to do so in the subsequent years to come as well. And probably we are the best examples of actually, how the ecosystem or the ecologists, environmentalists are actually joining hands with the engineers and technologists in the same campus. We stand very unique that way again, and we are very proud to do so, and we'll be very happy if the requirement of engineering and technological intervention is really required in any sense to conserve this sensitive ecosystem. We'll be very happy to do so. Please let us know. I hope the deliberations happen as part of this conclave. Probably will bring out some kind of a white paper to point out what are the technologies also required to intervene to preserve the ecosystem, sensitive ecosystem. With that quick note, I wish you all the best and have a very fruitful event in next couple of days in our campus. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is now time to introduce with pride our guest of honor, Dr. K. Ravichandran, Indian Forest Service Officer of the 1996 batch. With a background in forestry and botany, he has immense experience in the fields of forest management, administration, research and policy, in terrestrial as well as coastal habitats and ecosystems. He drafted the first ever management plan for the Mahatma Gandhi Marine National Park, Vandoor, South Andaman, and is a co-inventor of the patented process tree mean diameter estimation from terrestrial images using digital camera. It is an honor to have you at this conclave dedicated to Indian mangroves, sir. Requesting you to kindly address the gathering.
Most respected chief guest for today's function, Dr. Somya Swaminathan, Chairperson MS-SRF Foundation. Respected Professor Balaji, Director NIOT, Dr. Ramanamurthy, Director National Center for Coastal Research, our friend from SIFAR, and Dr. Panda, distinguished guests, my gurus, faculty, some of them are here, dear participants, students, members of the media. At the outset, I feel proud and privileged to be part of this first ever India Mangrove Conclave 2024, organized by NCCR in association with SIFAR ICRAF. I am privileged in a sense that the first ever deliberations on mangroves happened somewhere in 2010. That time I was associated in organizing the Tropical Ecosystem Structure Function Services workshop at Institute of Forest Genetics and Tree Breeding, Coimbatore. In that workshop, considerable time and energy was spent in deliberating the issues related to mangrove conservation and management. Today in 2024, I am standing before you in India's Mangrove Conclave. We are in a decade. The UN has declared 2021-2030 as a decade for ecosystem restoration and also the decade for ocean science for sustainable development. It is fitting to organize India Mangrove Conclave in a place where It is considered to be one of the Ramsar sites. Recently, the Pallikaranai Marsi wetland has been declared as a Ramsar site. So we are very proud of hosting this event, participating in this event in the very campus of NIOT. When it comes to mangroves, we all know that what is the benefit, the kind of services, the kind of functions it provides and delivers. Globally, if you look at the mangroves, nearly 147,000 square kilometer of area is under mangrove. And if you look at last 30 years, the data shows nearly 11,700 square kilometer of mangrove areas have been lost. At the same time, there is an accretion. If you look at the potential loss, the net loss of mangrove ecosystem, it is somewhere around 5,275 square kilometer area. Just compare the global scenario with that of Indian mangroves. In India, today, we have mangroves to an extent of 4,992 square kilometer area. And if you look at the kind of loss which happened in the last 30 years, since 1996, if you take the global scenario, from then on, our mangroves have increased. Nearly 525 square kilometer of area of mangrove has increased from 1995 till 2024. The contributions which have been made by the foresters, the local communities, the academia, the research institutions are immense, and we need to recognize their contribution. Indian mangroves are rich in biodiversity. Many of the professors are here. If you look at the faunal diversity of our country, it is somewhere around 104,000 species. Against 104,000 species, if you look at the marine faunal diversity, it is somewhere around 18,000. And if you look at the mangrove ecosystem, which supports the faunal diversity, it is somewhere around 4,822 to be precise as on date. Such a wide diversity it harbors. It provides the livelihood for the resource-dependent coastal communities. In a country, if you look at the kind of interventions which we have made in conservation and management of mangroves, the Ministry of Environment and Forest, way back in the early 90s, they have come out with a central scheme called Conservation and Management of Mangroves and Coral Reefs. Under that, lot many activities and programs have been implemented thus far, and they ensured that the mangrove ecosystem in the country flourishes, and whatever the drivers of degradation, it is addressed. Today, our mangrove areas are on the rise. But it is not enough. If you look at the kind of commitment which we have made as a nation, the nationally determined contribution in order to arrest the climate change, to provide adaptation and mitigation solutions, nearly 26 million hectares of areas have to be restored by 2030. And if you look at the kind of achievement which we have made so far, nearly 20 million hectares of degraded land has been restored. India has also committed to provide additional zinc of 2.5 billion metric ton to 3 million metric ton of CO2 equivalent. So that means lot needs to be done, lot needs to be worked on in the restoration front. enhancing the forest cover and the mangrove cover. India has floated an ambitious program called MIST, Mission for Shoreline, Mangrove Shoreline Habitats and Tangible Income. Under this mission, we have been given a target of 540 square kilometer area of degraded mangroves to be restored. Here comes the roles and responsibilities of academic institutions, research institutions like NIOT, NCCR, WII, NCSCM, National Physical Laboratory, and all. What is that we have to do? This 540 square kilometer area has been identified. And if you look at the kind of restoration which we needs to do, there are a lot of challenges and complexities. I, as a forester, started this mangrove afforestation, reforestation, restoration way back in 1998 in Middle Andaman. There is a place called Erata. My boss, the DFO, was one Mr. Rajiv Kumar. He was doing his PhD on mangroves. He worked in Goa, picked up some interest on mangroves. When he was posted in Andaman Nicobar Islands, he enrolled himself for a PhD on mangroves. I went there as a probationer. When the boss was working on PhD, eventually the probationer has to help him out. So we need to work with him, and in fact, we surveyed almost the entire length and breadth of Middle Andaman. We mapped the mangrove areas with the help of some of the institutions. NCCR has also helped us later on. And we started looking at the mangrove diversity, the mangrove ecosystem, and our first mangrove plantation using Rhizopora mucronata and Rhizopora apiculata was done in Erata Creek. We tried to establish a small nursery over there, and thereafter I also picked up some interest, and mangrove is very dear to me. And wherever I worked, I ensured that mangrove restoration, reforestation, afforestation did happen. Whether it is in South Andaman, if you go to one place in South Andaman close to Wimberley, there we did take up 2 plantations. That time from MSRF, Professor John Joseph, the ex-PCCF, he visited. I didn't know much about the spacing and the kind of community interactions, the interactions between various species and all. We went for, just looking at the mortality, we went for close spacing. And today also the stand is there. It is somewhere around 30 years old. And it is a testimony for our effort. Then later on we realized that mangrove system is a much more complex system. You need to understand the art ecology or a syn ecology of species, and you need to know the interconnectedness, because mangrove, when we talk of mangrove ecosystem, we should not think mangrove ecosystem in isolation, because there are a lot of interactions between the terrestrial, coastal, marine environment, including coral reefs and seagrass beds. We understood the whole thing when I was posted in Daman, Diu, Dadar Nagar Haveli. Daman also known for having mangroves, but the species are very stunted because a lot of industrial pollution and other things, due to which it always showed a stunted growth. Then we thought there helped the fishbone technology, which was promoted by the M.S. Swaminathan Research Foundation. We used that technology, and wherever big channels were there, we took that channel to the far end of the mangrove place and ensured that at least 2 to 3 hours of inundation of water in a day. Thereby, the mangroves, the Avicennia marina, earlier it used to show a height of less than 1 meter. Now, it is showing a height of 4 to 5 meters. In less than 4 years of such intervention, we ensured what is that we done? We did only that we tried to take the channels to the far end and ensured that there is a inundation of water at least for 2-3 hours in a day. Then we also, with the help of my friends from Gujarat, Dr. Senthil is here, thanks to their intervention, they provided some propagules of rhizopora. And we introduced rhizopora in Diu, and today, last month I happened to visit the Diu, where I could see the rhizopora has come up so nicely and it started producing propagules. So that way the system will be sustainable, it will be resilient, and in the days to come, we will see more rhizopora in Diu. The point here I want to mention here, I don't want to boast myself that whatever I have done, but what is that learning which we got in these places? The learning is teamwork. You need to have an adaptable management system. The system should be based on action. When we say action, action by doing, action by learning, action by sharing, action by improving. When you do that, I am sure any degraded land of mangroves can easily be restored. Today, if you look at the mangrove ecosystem, the Forest Survey of India report says that nearly 30% of the mangroves are highly dense. Another 30% is moderately dense, and 40% of the mangroves are open. If you want to provide a solution for climate related issues, and if you want to achieve the NDC targets, we need to look at this 40% of area, how best we can enhance its density, how best can we restore the open mangroves. Technologies are available, technologies are plenty, and I am sure in the last 30 years or so, the knowledge and understanding on mangroves have increased tremendously. What is that we need? We need to connect the knowledge, the information with the resource managers, the communities, and decision makers. If you do that, it will, I am sure, your mangroves will be taken care of. The other thing which I want to tell, we need to provide information, knowledge to the local communities, the resource managers, the decision makers, in a way they want, so that whatever information which you provide will be used for managing these unique resources of mangroves. Today, there are pointers for hope. One side, the mangrove loss has been arrested. The other side, the knowledge and understanding is improving. There is a growing commitment for mangrove conservation. And with that, we hope that our mangroves will survive and will provide the expected functions and services for humankind. Lot more needs to be done. There is a space for hope. With that, I take this opportunity to thank NCCR and CIFAR for inviting me to this India Mangrove Conclave. I also assure that this conclave needs to be continued, and if you want to host this conclave next year, IIFM is ready to foot the bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. It is now time to welcome our dignitaries with a shawl and a memento as a token of gratitude. I request Dr. M.V. Ramanamurthy, Director NCCR, to felicitate our chief guest for today, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, Chairperson MS Swaminathan Research Foundation. Thank you. I request Dr. Balaji Ramakrishnan, Director NIOT, to felicitate our guest of honor, Dr. K. Ravichandran IFS, Director IIFM Bhopal. Requesting Dr. Uma Shankar Panda, Scientist F NCCR, to felicitate Dr. Balaji Ramakrishnan, Director NIOT. And requesting Dr. Rupesh Bhomia, Scientist CIFAR Aircraft, to felicitate Dr. M.V. Ramanamurthy. Thank you all. Kindly please be seated. It is an honor to be in the presence of Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, our chief guest for today. The pediatrician who served as a chief scientist for the World Health Organization is presently the chairperson of MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, the brainchild of the father of India's Green Revolution, Professor MS Swaminathan. MSSRF works extensively to combat poverty, uplift the agriculture sector, restore coasts, and many more other noble causes. I now request our chief guest, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, to say a few words.
Thank you and good morning. Good morning, everybody. So dignitaries on the dais, as well as a lot of very senior and experienced people in the audience. I think everybody here is committed to this topic for today, that is the how do we preserve, restore and regenerate mangrove forests. And I think previous speakers have all given a very clear idea of why it's important. Actually, way back when MSSRF was established in 1988, at that time my father actually decided that coastal systems research would be the first priority of the foundation. That is because of India's very large coastline, and he had anticipated that climate change would have a very big impact on the coastal communities as well as coastal ecology. So very happy to see Dr. Selvam here. He is one of the pioneers actually of that work, coastal systems research. At that time, not much attention was being paid to coastal systems and particularly mangroves, but not mangroves in isolation. So it was always an integrated approach to the coastal systems management and research, and a lot has been learnt, since then. In fact, the first workshop that was supported by the ITTO in Japan happened in Chennai at MSSRF, which actually brought out the need for more scientific knowledge, understanding, research, and management of the mangrove ecosystems. And this then led to a number of international initiatives, including the setting up of the mangrove genetic resource centers. Initially, 4 mangrove genetic resource centers were identified by international group of many different organizations, experts coming together. One of them was in, I think, in Bhitarkanika in Orissa. The others were in one in Africa and one in Indonesia and the Pacific. Since then, of course, more have been established. But the idea was really to study the genetic diversity of mangroves, and Dr. Ravichandran was talking about that. It's very important not to focus just on one species when you're reforesting, but rather to understand the diversity of mangroves and other species, the halophytes, which actually are able to survive in the saline environment. This is important from several standpoints. One is that mangroves, again, just in isolation, whenever restoration projects have attempted that, they have not been successful. So we need to take a seascape and a landscape approach to coastal ecology and coastal restoration. So it is not one particular flora in isolation, but it is the seaweeds, the seagrass, the coral reefs, the mangroves, and many other species, which together can actually form a very good coastal protection in terms of protecting against the sea level rise and as also tsunamis. We saw during the tsunami that those villages that were protected by good mangrove forests, actually they did not suffer the loss of human lives compared to villages that were completely exposed. And actually I think the tsunami which happened really showed to the people the importance of protecting mangroves. So I think taking that integrated approach, and also of course looking at the new stresses which we are seeing today, whether it is the warming, global warming, including the warming of the seas as well as the land, the unpredictability of climatic hazards. It is estimated that about 80% of India's districts are vulnerable to hydrometeorological disasters, that is floods, cyclones and drought. And this is not even taking into account heat. And coastal Tamil Nadu and Chennai in particular, you might have seen the reports in the newspapers coming up recently of all of these areas being very severely impacted by climate change, both by sea level rise, coastal erosion, but also by increasing heat, particularly in our urban areas like Chennai. So it's really important that places like the Pallikarne Marsh must be protected, and in fact the blue-green infrastructure within our cities actually needs to be expanded. And I was very impressed with a Chinese landscape architect's concept of a sponge city. And he talks about coastal cities really should be developed as sponge cities, which means that you think of that the whole area as a sponge. If you're actually flying into Chennai, you can see that we are surrounded by water bodies. And in fact, in our ancient days, our the Pandyans and others knew exactly how to manage the waterways that were built during those times in Tamil Nadu. Many of them still exist. They serve to link our lakes, water bodies, rivers, and ultimately provide a way for the water to flow into the sea as well as flow from one into the other. And this prevents the flooding of areas where people live. So if we want to live in coastal areas without harming ourselves as well as harming the environment, then the infrastructure that we build has to be thought of very differently. We cannot hope to stop nature by building grey infrastructure, by building walls, by putting more concrete structures. that will only make the situation worse, because ultimately you cannot stop the power of water. Water will find its way. And I think we should have learned that lesson by now, and really move to a new model of development where we can live in harmony with nature, allow nature also to have its way. So I hope that Tamil Nadu is more forward-looking. We do have a governing council on climate change, as well as recently a hub for climate change, and One Health has been set up also by the Tamil Nadu Health Department. And the Chief Minister actually chairs the Council on Climate Change and the Tamil Nadu Mission on Climate Change. So I think with that kind of focus, we need to look at development and environmental management together, because environmental risks are the biggest risk to health today. If you look, whether it is air pollution, whether it is water pollution, whether it is soil quality, whether it is the quality of our food, both in terms of declining nutrients in our food, which is directly related to soil health, as well as increasing levels of pesticide and other harmful chemicals in the food that we are consuming. All of this is leading to the increasing burden of non-communicable diseases, cancer, diabetes, and so on. So I think it is in our own benefit to really think about moving towards an ecologically sustainable model of development, where that's where the One Health approach actually comes in, where One Health means that it is human health, animal health, and environmental health. Some people call it as planetary health. So allowing the planet actually to live for the future, because what we're doing today is damaging really the chances for the future generations to have a quality of life that perhaps we have enjoyed. So I think there is a very good awareness now, and in fact the Prime Minister's LIFE program that was mentioned earlier is also a call to live sustainably with nature. But then this has to reflect in the actions of every department and every ministry and every institution and every community and every individual. Now, mangrove forests, apart from providing a physical barrier, obviously are very, very rich in biodiversity, good, healthy mangrove forests. And this also provides livelihoods and opportunities for the local communities. And I was mentioning earlier that mangrove restoration projects which have not involved the local communities have largely been unsuccessful. So another learning and from MSSRF's work was that community involvement in mangrove restoration, as well as preventing the further loss of mangroves, is absolutely needs to be very central to any kind of planning. There is no way in the world that conservation without the needs of local people being met will ever be successful. And also it is pointless to try to do conservation by excluding people, because people need to survive, their livelihoods, their incomes are important. So many projects were done where the people could actually engage in livelihoods within those healthy mangrove forests. You can have a lot of fish, crabs, and other kind of wildlife which can provide sustenance as well as nutrition to the people who are living in that area. We know today that blue food is going to be more and more important in the future, especially as a source of protein. So if you actually go to Pichavaram and visit some of the villages where the tribal communities live, the Irula communities, they are traditionally, the women are actually engaged in the prawn and crab fisheries in a different kind of a way, that is using the grope fishing method. It's a very, very tedious and difficult profession, and there's a lot of occupational health issues. So again, the foundation has been looking at also addressing those aspects of the people's needs. And when I interact with those community members, in fact, they can very nicely describe the changes which have happened in their environment over the last 20, 30 years. And the fact that today environmental pollution in the water has really impacted the yield of the crabs and prawns, etc., which they are able to catch over there using the traditional fishing practices. So these traditional practices are also very sustainable practices, unlike, of course, the large trawlers and things that we use today, which go and completely, capture every type of living thing which is in the ocean, and thereby depleting the ocean stocks. So we have also been working with these communities. Now we have a big project there actually looking at the irregular community, at their education, at their health and their livelihood, all the three together. Because when MSSRF first started, when my father first went to those villages, these people had no identity. They did not even have any identity certificate or caste certificate. They owned nothing. They lived, almost like bonded labor. There was no school for the children. The children were not going to school. We've come a long way since then, of course, and after the tsunami, they got housing. There's government schools now, and the children do go to school, though the dropout rates are very high. But still, if you look at health issues, they do have anemia, malnutrition, and so on, which needs to be addressed. So again, I think when we talk about mangroves, if we need to think holistically of the people who live closest to those mangrove forests. Ecotourism is another very good opportunity, I think, that we have today to increase both the income of communities, but also awareness. I think the problem is that many of us who grow up in cities, our children who are growing up in cities, have very little awareness of what coastal ecology really is, and what is the importance of many of these species. So I think having more outreach programs, more opportunities for people to visit centers which describe the importance of mangroves. Like, for example, when you go to Pichavaram, you can go around in a boat, but I don't know how much you can learn, about the importance of the mangroves there. So having a good kind of interactive museum and boards and things like that for people to really learn. I think the only way to develop a love for nature is to actually go and see the beauty. And I remember many years ago, Dr. Selvam took us, when my children were small, we went to a place called Nallatanni Teevu, which is within the protected area of the Gulf of Mannar Park. And when you see the coral reefs over there and the diversity of fish, it was the first experience actually for me and my children to see the underwater life which exists, because most of us are living on land and we can see the diversity on the land and including biodiversity. But to see underwater, you have to make a special effort and go to places like the Gulf of Mannar, which has, protected and therefore has a very good diversity. So it was, then you start appreciating what there is underwater and what we are losing year by year. So I think finally, coming to the outputs of this two-day conclave, I want to congratulate all the partners who've come together to organize this. I think it's extremely timely, particularly now with a lot of focus on mangroves, both by the government and by international agencies, etc., as one of the key priorities for biodiversity conservation and protection, to learn from the lessons already that many of us have had in this room. And I'm happy that Dr. Selvam will be giving a talk after this. The second is to what are the ways in which we can use modern tools and technologies, both to understand, to track, to map. Like now we know that we have not only satellite technology, but we have drones, etc. And MSSRF recently has entered into a very interesting, exciting new project with Microsoft AI for Social Good, where we will use artificial intelligence and hyperspectral drone technology to actually map the blue carbon across the entire coast of Tamil Nadu. So using those type of technologies, drones are being used also to disperse mangrove seeds across in countries like the UAE and so on. And also to continue the research. There is still a lot about the mangroves we don't understand, particularly the root ecosystem around the root of the mangrove, very, very rich in microbial diversity as well. And in fact, there's been a fair amount of research looking at the microbes and the microbiome of the mangrove root system to see whether we can have any also medical benefits that could come out of some of those, but also could it be a source of bio inputs for improving soil health, for example, across to be used in agriculture. So there could be many such research programs and studies which I think together in a collaborative way, many of the partners here in this room could actually embark on. I think we have a very good opportunity to do that here in Tamil Nadu because we have so many institutions that are working in this space, including, of course, the NCSM and others. And then finally, I think we should be able to disseminate the best practices. And for me, it's always a combination of what did we gain in terms of biodiversity and environment, what did we gain in terms of people's livelihoods and economic benefits, and also in terms of food and nutrition security. So we should not forget that ecological security, nutrition security, and economic security. These three, if we can make it happen, then I think we achieve our goals of having both development as well as environmental sustainability. I think sometimes one tends to think of these two as opposed to each other, but we need to find win-win situations. Of course, we have many areas where we can have synergies between climate action and development. There may be few areas where there are trade-offs. And so we need to also understand which are those actions that we are taking which may be benefiting one but harming the other. And so that type of analysis must be done, I think, for every large program that is initiated. And also this kind of collective learning and experience sharing, what you're going to have here over the next 2 days, I'm sure will help to set a roadmap for the future. And I hope that periodically this type of convening can happen where you come together and take stock of what has happened. I think we were told that we have very ambitious goals in terms of mangrove restoration, etc. But I think it has to be, it's not a very easy thing. I understand it takes many years for a mangrove forest to grow. And so I think in terms of the carbon, it's a very good carbon sink, we know. And so now that there's a lot of talk of carbon trading globally, I think there are a lot of investors who are looking to make money also through this carbon trading system. So again, we need to be careful and we need to ensure that the people on the ground who are actually doing the hard work on a day-to-day basis, they benefit from this carbon trading. It could be a good source of income for them, but there could also be exploitation that happens, in the name of carbon trading. So I think that's another new area where many of us working with communities would need to pay special care to see that these type of global schemes or even national, I think India may come out with rules, I think soon, about carbon credits and green credits and so on. How can we leverage those actually again to benefit the poorest people who are living and who are the most likely to be being impacted by climate change, not likely to be, but are today being impacted by climate change. So those are the people who should benefit from the carbon credit schemes, because companies are going to be looking, to trade their carbon emissions with action on the ground. Mangroves is a good one, but it takes time. It's not going to give, yield a big forest in a matter of months or years. So you have to be patient. So I think as scientists, we also have to be advocates and also keep our eyes on the ground to see that whatever is happening actually for the good of the people of, our own communities. So thank you very much for inviting me to share a few thoughts with you today. And I hope that the conference goes well. And I look forward to working with many of you together in the future in this very, very important space. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Let us now watch a short video showcasing NCCR's activities and journey so far.
India's rich maritime heritage, spanning several centuries, signifies its deep connection to the sea, with the golden age of Indian seafarers tracing back to the Indus Valley civilization. This historical significance highlights the importance of the blue economy, which recognized the balanced development of coastal areas, preservation of the ocean environment, and the geopolitical relevance of India's 9 coastal states and 4 coastal union territories. Ministry of Earth Sciences established the National Center for Coastal Research, NCCR, previously known as ICMAM PD, at Chennai in 1998, with aim to provide management solutions for sustainable development of coastal areas. NCCR undertakes multidisciplinary research on coastal processes and hazards, marine pollution, critical habitats and ecosystem for inclusive development by protecting environment. NCCR offers G2G technical support to all coastal states for effective management of their coastal areas. Today, NCCR moves into its 26th year, with research translating into services to coastal states. At this juncture, NCCR likes to sincerely thank the visionaries, leaders, RAC team members, and all its national and international collaborators who have contributed their best of support to NCCR in this successful journey. Starting with Integrated Coastal Zone Management ICZM plans, monitoring health of coastal waters, developing standards for seawater quality, technical solutions for coastal protection, vulnerability maps for tsunami and storm surges inundation, mapping of critical habitats and restoration, NCCR rises to the challenges for translating scientific information into sound management of our coast. Monitoring seawater quality is a key aspect for maintaining health of coastal water through in situ monitoring at 50 locations to assess more than 25 physical, chemical and biological parameters. This information is valuable in formulating a national action plan to combat marine pollution. NCCR shares this information with stakeholders such as Niti Aayog, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, pollution control boards and academia, and contributes to the development of an index for the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 14, focused on life below water. Automated sensor-based water quality monitoring buoys are deployed for continuous monitoring of the coastal environment, complementing in situ monitoring efforts. These advanced methods aid in predicting water quality, assessing pollutant levels, and studying their dispersion through modeling techniques. In the realm of marine ecotoxicology, the Institute has made significant strides in developing seawater quality criteria SWQC for multiple pollutants. Through rigorous studies, standards have been established for 7 metals: copper, mercury, cadmium, lead, zinc, arsenic and chromium, and 1 pesticide, monocrotophos, duly notified by the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change. Acknowledging the growing threat of plastics in coastal and marine environments, NCCR initiated the Marine Litter and Plastics Research, which focuses on comprehending plastic distribution within coastal ecosystems, examining different environmental compartments, and understanding the journey of plastics from source to sink to formulate marine litter policy. Additionally, NCCR conducts awareness programs on plastic pollution, targeting diverse stakeholders as part of the ministry's campaign Swachh Sagar, Surakshit Sagar, aimed at 75 beaches, which is a huge success in creation of awareness. NCCR stands at the forefront in studying ecosystem services provided by the coastal habitats for increasing our natural capital through ecosystem modeling program by understanding the economic value and potential of coastal habitats through comprehensive assessments of physical processes, biogeochemical processes, and predictions of production and fishery status. Coral reef restoration and management efforts at Gulf of Mannar to restore degraded reefs and sustain biodiversity helped in understanding response of ecosystem to climate change. Coastal erosion has been recognized as natural disaster across the globe due to climate change and developmental pressure. Almost 48% of Indian coast has been subjected to sea erosion, causing loss of land and flooding of coastal areas. National shoreline assessment was made using 30 years data, and 1:25,000 scale maps are prepared for all the coastal states and union territories. Site-specific coastal protection solutions are designed and demonstrated at several coastal states. The fishing village at Chellam in Kerala could get relief from flooding and sea erosion after implementation of the solution designed by NCCR. Now, the Institute has been given a task of preparation of shoreline management plans by many coastal states. NCCR utilizes cutting-edge technologies such as remote sensing, GIS, artificial intelligence, and visualization techniques for effective disaster risk reduction and mitigation. Operational Integrated Flood Warning System, iFlows, has been developed for coastal cities as a multi-institutional project under the Ministry of Earth Sciences, MOES. Integrated with impact-based forecasting from the Indian Meteorological Department, IMD, iFlows provide ward-level flooding forecasts 3 days in advance in Chennai, Mumbai. Mobile apps like Toondil and Clean Coast are serving as adaptation tools for coastal states by state departments. Recognizing the commitment to applied research, the center was entrusted with the task of preparation of a detailed project report, DPR, for the Kalpasar Dike project, one of the most prestigious and challenging projects of the government of Gujarat. The Kalpasar Dike project is a multi-purpose project of the Kalpasar department which involves the construction of a 60-kilometer-long earthen dam across the Gulf of Khambhat that will connect Bhavnagar and Dahej, which is one of the largest sea dikes in the world to be built for creation of freshwater reservoir to provide water to Saurashtra region of Gujarat. NCCR is making significant strides in marine spatial planning, aiming for a sustainable blue economy, and has completed draft plans for Puducherry and Lakshadweep under Indo-Norway collaborative effort to serve as replicable models for other coastal areas, ensuring effective marine resource management and economic growth with environmental sustainability. Our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, recently launched the Sustainable Coastal and Ocean Research Institute, SCORI, at Fiji Islands during the 3rd FIPIC Summit, and NCCR will play the lead role in setting up and supporting the institute. With a dedicated team of scientists, engineers, and technical staff, NCCR is rising to the occasion, actively meeting its mission and responding to the needs of coastal communities. NCCR has expanded its footprint by initiating a world-class water quality laboratory at Visakhapatnam, a dedicated field center for ecosystems at Rameshwaram, and a new center at Nemmeli. NCCR's coastal research vision will continue to be strongly focused on advancing India's efforts to build a thriving blue economy and bolster the nation's commitment to a healthy, sustainable, and vibrant blue ocean.
Thank you. As the inauguration program draws to a close, I request Dr. Umashankar Panda, Scientist F and Head of the Ecosystem Services and Modeling Program of NCCR, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Rukmini. Namaskar and good morning to all. Really, it is my great privilege to place this vote of thanks at this place. We are really happy. Thank you to all. As Dr. Rupesh told that dream come true by seeing all of you in this monumental occasion, we are very happy. So thank you for our happiness. So really, this is my great privilege to convey a vote of thanks to this August gathering on behalf of this organizing committee for India Mangrove Conclave IMC 2024 I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and everyone who has graced us with their presence in these monumental occasions. It is really a privilege to us to express our sincere thanks to each and every individual who have contributed making this event reality. Over 300 participants has registered, over 200 representatives from over 200 institutes, and physically 150 people are present here. So this shows that within a very short span of informations, if I remember just 2 months before we started communicating for this conference, and within 2 months we got such a response. This shows that the feelings is with everybody, but we need a platform. And I understand this IMC platform is the right platform to bring out all the concerned people, stakeholders into one platform. Thank you. So first and foremost, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, Chairperson MSSR, for enlightening her address, set tone for this conclave. She has highlighted many issues starting from food, economic and social security, which is need of the hour, the involvement of the community participants. That community involvement is very much important. Without that, really we cannot think for success of the restoration or conservation of the mangrove ecosystems. The importance of blue-green infrastructure, then importance of the coastal research, what was thought long back, and now we are feeling the importance of that. And the advanced technologies like AI and drone technologies to assess these mangrove ecosystems. So she has highlighted a lot of things, and she has given an insight into the sustainable ecosystem management, and her unwavering commitment to climate actions are truly inspiring to us. Thank you, madam. A special thanks to Dr. Elena Ubalio, CEO Schiffer. She has given a very inspiring inaugural note through video recording. She wanted to join, but because of some commitment, she could not join. But she has given a very inspiring talk to us, and it is deeply in line with the themes of the program. And her words remind us the global responsibility and the together working means in a regional scale or a global scale, how together we can work for the restoration and protection of these important ecosystems. So thank you, madam, to Dr. Elena. My special thanks to our guest of honor, Dr. K. Ravichandran. With very short notice, he agreed, he understood the importance of this platform, and he has being an administrator, he has given the research perspectives. Means he has lot of research publications and patents, as he told when he started with DFO working on a research project, how his insight into mangrove research has increased, and I think he has given a very wide spectrum of the Indian mangrove ecosystems in this platform. Thank you, sir. So my special thanks to Dr. Balaji Ramakrishnan, who has brought the synergy between the engineers, the developers, and the ecosystem, environmental conservations. So he has given an alert that whether we will go for a grey structure or any development you do, don't ignore the environment, and we all are equally responsible to protect our ecosystems. So thank you, sir. I take this opportunity to thank our inspiring director, Dr. M.V. Ramanmurthy, Director NCCR and Mission Director Deep Ocean Missions, for warm welcome address and for hosting this significant conclave. Sir, your leadership and vision has been instrumental for us to conducting this. He is so positive. Whenever, wherever, whatever we ask, he will tell that go ahead. If it is in the research purpose, and it is a positive direction. Thank you, sir. I would also like to convey my heartfelt thanks to our Secretary, Dr. Ravichandran, Minister of Earth Sciences, Dr. Leela Nandan, Secretary MOEFCC, Special Secretary Dr. Tamnay Kumar, for their unwavering and support and encouragement for this organizing this conclave. They really wanted to join this conclave, but due to some other reason, in the last moment commitments and due to parliament sessions and many other reasons, they could not be here physically, but their full support and guidance have been instrumental in making this conclave a reality. We heartfully thank you to all the dignitaries. I must remember and thank Professor Bill Austin. He is the chairman of the United Nations Ocean Decade Program for Blue Carbon. And he is the person who brought the first discussion about this conclave. I remember in January 2024 when there was a conference at Guide, Gujarat. He is the person who brought CIFOR and NCCR together. The discussion started. And his vision is what we are today. So from here, we wholeheartedly we thank Professor Bill Austin from UK for bringing this conclave as reality. A big thank to our panel dignitaries. There are advisory committee members, there are technical organizing committee members who are here all. I may not take all the names because names are very high. And there are representatives from all the institutions like NCCR, CIFOR, NCSM, MSSF, IJAR, QSET, and lot more. Sorry if I'm not taking many names. And other esteemed organizations. Sir, all your collaborative spirit and dedications to the coastal resilience and biodiversity conservation are the pillar of this strengthened initiative like this. My sincere gratitude to all the members of Advisory Committee, TOC, and the local organizing committees. Thank you all. We are immensely thankful to the United States Forest Service and Ministry of Earth Sciences for their generous funding support, which has been crucial for organizing this conclave. I really thank you to the funding support, and I must acknowledge the role of Dr. Rupesh Bhumia from CIFOR, who was relentless efforts in securing this funding and coordinating with partners have been instrumental in making this. Thank you, Dr. Rupesh. To the local organizing committee, I understand that everybody that last few days it was tireless and sleepless nights for many people who are working. So I thank everybody for a meticulous planning, unwavering commitment that has made this event possible. From logistic arrangements to catering this excellent agenda, if you see the agenda also, it is as per the color coding of the United Nations. And during the agenda also, we have tried to keep the gender biasing as per the global rules. And we have tried to make as minimum as the use of plastics. So all these tidbit things has been taken care. Not only that, when planning this agenda also, getting the plenary speakers, arranging the breakout sessions. In the breakout sessions also, involvement of each and every individual as per his capacity. So balancing and synergizing all these things into one agenda was a cumbersome work, and our local organizing committee has done it perfectly. Thank you to all. So my sincere gratitude to the chairman of local organizing committee, Dr. Tone Usa, the other members like Dr. S.R. Marigoda, Dr. K. Ramu, Dr. Sanita, Dr. Ravindra Sahu, Dr. Kumar Swami, Dr. Rukmini, Dr. Nimlam, so many, the list is very big. So many others whose names I cannot pronounce it individually due to time constraint, but without their tireless and unwavering support, this event would not have reached this stage. A heartfelt thanks to the technical support team and voluntary whose behind the scenes efforts have ensured the smooth functioning of today's event. Thank you all. And I must especially I must thank to the communication design team of the CIFOR who has designed this all the materials, booklets, calendars, and many brochures with a perfection in designing. Thank you to the communication design team. We also wish to express our gratitude to Socrates Foundation for Collective Wisdom, Bangalore, for their exceptional planning and coordination of the breakout sessions. I think when the session goes on, we can see that how the breakout session is nicely arranged, and everybody's involvement will be there for the discussions. So thank you to Socrates Foundation. We also extend our heartfelt gratitude to the media personals for their invaluable coverage and effort in amplifying the significance of this conclave. A warm thanks to Hotel Essentia for providing excellent accommodation and food arrangement, ensuring the comfort of all participants. A warm thanks to Finance Department for their efficient management of resources and finance. The housekeeping, we can see the beautifications inside the room, the outside the room, and this campus has been declared so many times as one of the best green campus in this city because of these people. So big thanks to the self-help group who is maintaining this beautification. Thank you to them. The security sections for their excellent management and maintaining all the safety and security norms. The audiovisual sections for ensuring seamless technical support throughout the event. Thank you to the audiovisual section. So thank you each and everyone, as like told, dream come true. With thanks to each and every individual present here, joining online, and directly and indirectly contributed. So as we embark on this 2 days journey of knowledge exchange, collaborations, let us remember that discussion, deliberation, and ideas shared here have the potential to transform the future of our mangrove ecosystems. Together, we can pave the way for a sustainable and resilient coastal future in India. Once again, I thank each and every individual, though not all are mentioned here by name, but directly or indirectly, your contributions are invaluable for this organizing this event. Thank you. Thank you. I wish everyone a fruitful and engaging conclave. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Requesting one and all to rise for the national anthem.
पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उत्कल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे गावे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you all once again. As we are a little behind schedule, we request everyone to reassemble here in this hall by 11:15 a.m. for the plenary talks. Poster presenters can put up their posters near Manthan Hall during tea or lunch breaks. Participants, please take a look at your name cards. You have been assigned a color code mentioned on the back. Please collect the reading material corresponding to the color code from the help desk outside. Kindly gather at the entrance of this hall for a group photograph, following which high tea will be served at Manthan Hall on the ground floor. welcome back. It is now time for the plenary talks of IMC 2024. The theme for today's sessions is Mangrove Ecosystems, Scientific Research and Best Practices. There will be a question and answer session after all the three talks, and I request you all to save your queries until we have heard from all our speakers. You can pen them down in the notepads provided in your kits. Our first speaker, Dr. V. Selvam, an independent researcher currently associated with the SPEED NGO, is a marine biologist with over 4 decades of experience in mangrove research and management. He has worked with the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation in various capacities for almost 30 years. He is passionate about transferring science to the common man in a way that they can comprehend and take it a step forward by contributing back to science. He has developed and demonstrated a science-based, community-centered, and process-oriented approach to restore and sustain mangroves. Without further ado, I call upon Dr. Selvam to give the first plenary talk of the day on mangrove research, advances, and gaps in Indian settings.
Good morning to all. First of all, I would like to thank NCCR and International Center for Forest Research, World Agrobiodiversity Center for inviting me for this important conclave. My presentation is restricted to the mangrove research advances and gaps. I am not going to discuss much about the advances, only 3 gaps that I am going to focus on. Before going to that, I would like to, next. So you might have seen from the Forest Survey of India report that the mangrove forest cover has increased by about 73,000 hectares between 1991 and 2021. The main reason for such an increase is the introduction of an approach which actually spearheaded by Professor M.S. Swaminathan, and I was part of that team. That approach is a science-based, community-centered, and process-oriented approach, wherein science, people, and process are integrated in such a way that they take care of both the needs of the people as well as the needs of the ecosystem, maintaining the ecological balances of the ecosystem. Even though that we are very successful in restoring the mangroves, and we are successful in conserving the mangroves with the participation of all the stakeholders, and the Forest Department, State Forest Department is taking the lead role in partnership with other stakeholders like NGOs as well as research institutions. But still there are few questions that remain unanswered. So before going into those gaps, I would like to briefly explain that some of the basic ideas so that you will get clarity, a very clear idea that what I am not talking about the scientific gaps that exist. See, the mangrove ecosystem's wealth in terms of extent, diversity, and biomass, and its health in terms of plant community structure, hydroecological processes, soil conditions, and productivity, as well as the ecosystem services, particularly the productive and protective functions of the mangrove ecosystems, are decided by 6 factors. One is the protection against high wave energy. Second is the quantity and the duration of freshwater flow. Third is the tidal amplitude. And the fourth one is macro and micro topography. And fifth one is local climate. The sixth one is the community and stakeholder participation. But I am not going to focus the last point, but I am going to focus on the first 5. So this slide shows how these ecological factors, they interact. The interaction is very complex. It's a kind of input, process, and output model. Here the inputs are like the freshwater flow, seawater flow. When the freshwater and seawater mixes, it creates a kind of conditions for the mangroves to flourish. For example, it creates low saline conditions so that the mangrove plants, most of the mangrove plants are requires low saline conditions for their reproduction and growth. So it creates such a kind of conditions. And the topography in combination with the circulation pattern and water level, that decides the extent of the mangrove wetlands. And all these processes, the local climate is also very important because the rate of evaporation and evapotranspiration also plays a big role in maintaining the biodiversity as well as the extent of the mangroves. So all these inputs, they act in such a way that it controls the water, soil and pore water salinity and nutrients. In fact, in my opinion, in my experience, I feel that salinity is the limiting factors in mangroves, whether it is in terms of biodiversity or area or whatever it may be, the productivity. The salinity is the limiting factor, and that salinity is decided by such an inputs. So once we have optimum salinity, then we will have a very large areas, high biodiversity and also high biomass. Then it also provides good ecosystem services. Finally, we get benefit out of that. So this slide, I am explaining this. For example, if you have more freshwater flow, it creates more niches. If you have more niches, you have more diversity. This is what I have represented in this diagram. Here you can see that because of the high freshwater inflow, 3 different zones, ecological zones are created in the ecosystem. First is the oleohaline zones with low salinity, mesohaline zones and polyhaline zones, and each zone is occupied by a group of plant communities as well as the faunal communities. So the diversity of the mangroves is very much decided by the amount as well as the periodicity of freshwater flow into the ecosystem. Similarly, the tidal amplitude plays the major role in deciding the extent of the mangrove wetlands. The larger the tidal amplitude, the larger the area of the wetlands. Here just I have put some representation. You can see that how the wetland is get inundated by the tidal water in different tidal regimes. So based on this freshwater flow, tidal amplitude as well as the smooth topography, you can have different kind of plant communities in the mangrove environment, and the biomass of these plant communities also decided by these factors. So we see what all these indicates that we have a clear understanding of the ecological processes that act upon and within the mangrove wetlands, and we know based on these only we have taken interventions to restore the mangroves as well as to conserve the mangroves in long-term conservation of mangroves. But still some questions remain unanswered. And one of the question is the environmental flow. As we have seen that the freshwater flow is the fundamental requirement for the existence of mangroves. But we don't know. The freshwater input is important, but we don't know how much freshwater we need and how long period we need to sustain our mangrove wetlands. At least to maintain whatever we have in hand, we don't know how much freshwater is needed. For example, if you see that we know very well that in almost all the mangroves of India, the freshwater inflow is reducing gradually. And here I have given one example wherein the Pichawara mangroves, it's a well-studied mangroves in Tamil Nadu. You can see that the freshwater has reduced from 71 TMC in 1930s to 35 TMC in 1990s and in 1980s and to just 5 TMCs in 1990s. In 2000, almost there was nil flow into this. Dr. Jnanaparam is here, and we worked on this, how these reduction in freshwater flow impacted the mangroves. We could not understand very clearly how it has affected the biodiversity, how it affected the extent. But for roughly we calculated how much amount of freshwater was really needed to maintain the present status of the mangroves. So what it indicates that our knowledge on this environmental flow is very limited. As a result, we don't know that how these freshwaters actually causes imbalance in the ecological process that governs the mangrove ecosystems. And also, the second important factors that I would like to highlight is normally we get freshwater flow during the monsoon season, but we need more freshwater flow at least during the pre-monsoon season as well as in the post-monsoon season. Summer we may not get. But if there is, so, but all these things are theoretically, hypothetically we are saying. But we don't know very clearly in quantitative terms, we don't know how much fresh water we need and how long we need, whether we need during the pre-monsoon season or whether we need it in the post-monsoon season. We don't know all those things. These, I think that some kind of interdisciplinary studies will provide an answer to these important questions. Without this freshwater flow, if you go on utilizing the freshwater flow in the upstream, I think that whatever the achievements we are making now, we may lose all those sums in the future. So the second important question remained unanswered is what kind of stressors, chronic and acute stressors that affects the mangroves from their immediate catchment area. Normally we focus more on the larger basins and what happens in the basins, particularly in terms of hydrological conditions. But many of the mangroves are also affected by the stressors that comes from immediate catchment area. I would like to, just one example I would like to explain. I am going fast because already we lost a lot of time. The one example I am indicating is the example for chronic stress is the transport of various kinds of chemicals from the immediate or direct catchment area into the mangroves. We don't know whether these chemicals are really reaching these mangroves. If they reach where they are accumulating, whether in soil or whether in the biota or whether in the various other components of the ecosystem, and also these how these chemicals really affect our bioresources of the mangroves, particularly the fishery resources of the mangroves. So this is another important questions that remain unanswered, and not only because from the we normally think that the most of the chemicals comes from the aquaculture industry, but we use lot of chemicals in the agricultures, and all those runoff from these agriculture fields take huge amount of that is what again it's only hypothesis, it is only just an idea. I don't know whether it is really going to the mangroves or not. We have to do a lot of studies on this. So the acute stress in the catchment areas, one example is the large scale transport of urban waste into the mangroves during the initial period of monsoon season. If you see that whether it is in India, whether it is in Tamil Nadu or in Andhra Pradesh or in many other places, what we have seen in the the first flow of fresh water brings in a lot of waste into the mangroves. Particularly it brings in a lot of organic waste, human waste also, and how these waste affects the ecosystem and its process and its biodiversity is also not it's not clearly known. So the third gap that I would like to just explain is about the impact of climate change on mangroves. So what the literature indicates, the contrasting conclusions, very ambiguous conclusions, and sometimes very generalized conclusions that we are getting from all these papers dealing with the impact of the climate change on mangroves. For example, you can see that on the two sides you can see this side, it indicates the vulnerability of the mangroves to the climate change. The other side, it indicates that the mangroves are very highly resilient. See, the resilience comes only after when you get affected, and then how you are bouncing back to your original positions or managing those impacts is the resilience. But they are saying that when the mangroves are very vulnerable, for example, it's latitudinal locations. They are located in the tropical and subtropical countries. So we know very well that the climate is going to have the worst impact on these regions, and mangroves are present there. And most of the so then the mangroves are also present in the intertidal areas, and again it is vulnerable to the sea level rise and cyclones. Then third important thing is that mangrove species are already operating at the highest physiological limits because of the salinity conditions. And then we have this unchecked exploitation of the resources. So we are always saying that the mangroves are in the very vulnerable things. But if you see the other side, they are saying that the extent of mangroves is going to increase because of the increase in the rainfall. Then they are saying that the biomass, not only because of rainfall and also due to the sea level rise, they are also explaining that the biomass of many species. Almost all the species of mangroves is going to increase because of the increase in atmospheric carbon dioxide. So in the temperature, we also thought that the temperature may have a negative effect, but many literature indicates the temperature will cause the mangroves to migrate, the area will increase. It will migrate from the present tropical and subtropical latitude to the polar regions, to the temperate regions. So even if you take cyclone, the literature indicates the cyclone brings in a lot of sediment. It's a supplement, the sediment supplied by the freshwater flow, and they are also explaining that these sediment plays a very big role in increasing the elevation of the mangrove forest floor, which in turn will protect us from the sea level rise. So all this is what we can see from the various kinds of literatures relating to the impact of climate change on mangroves. And even the IPCC, and what they have mentioned is that the IPCC, that they say that the mangroves are in moderate risk of climate change impacts. The impacts of the mangroves and the impacts of the climate change on mangroves is very moderate and also of low certainty. But at the same time, in the same report, in 2018 report, they have spent a lot of time in explaining how the climate change has caused the loss of mangroves in Australia, not only in Australia, and many of the arid regions. So there are so many the uncertainties, ambiguities are there on the impacts of climate change on the mangroves. One suggestion that I would like to throw is you have to downscale your global circulation models or RCMs into site level. When you downscale the site level, you have to take care of two things. You have to integrate two things into this. One is the geomorphological settings. We have divided in the Indian mangroves into different kind of geomorphological settings, like tide-dominated, river-dominated, and the drowned bedrock valleys, mangroves, and mangroves of carbonate platform. And we have to also incorporate the local climatic conditions. We know that some of the mangroves are located in moist regions where the evapotranspiration transpiration rate is more than 0.75. So that we have to include these, integrate these geomorphological settings as well as the local climate into our downscaled models. Then, if you analyze the impact, we may get maybe an accurate estimate of both qualitative and quantitative estimate of how the mangroves will be impacted by the mangroves. See, unless otherwise we get this kind of clear information, it's very difficult for the managers to prepare their management plans. They are very much dependent on us for the inputs from our side. For example, when the restoration was started, the research from the research side, we have provided a lot of inputs for them to prepare their management plans, which actually resulted in the increase in the total mangrove forest cover of India. Likewise, if we want to conserve the mangroves in the long run, we have to provide answer to these important questions, and that will play a large role for the managers to work on the long-term conservation of mangroves. So these are all some ideas that is I am projecting. It may be right or it may be wrong, and there may be many other gaps. But I feel from the management point of view, immediately we have to provide answer to these three questions: the environmental flow, then the chronic and acute stressors on mangroves, and the impact of climate change on mangroves. Thank you very much.
Wait for a moment. Requesting Dr. U.S. Panda, scientist NCCR, to felicitate Dr. V. Selvam. Thank you, sir. Dr. Shanti Priya Pandey, IFS, Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forests, Wildlife and Human Resource Development, State Nodal Officer of Mishti, Andhra Pradesh, is our secondary plenary speaker for today. Dr. Pandey, of the 1996 batch Andhra Pradesh cadre of the Indian Forest Service, has a background in agriculture, statistics, and law, and completed her PhD in olive ridley conservation. She has held key positions in territorial forest departments, rural development department, planning department, and has assisted the Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister in taking critical management decisions. I now call upon Dr. Shanti Priya Pandey to speak on the status of mangrove ecosystems, intersectionality of science with management.
Thank you for the lovely introduction. A very good afternoon to all of you. It's been a session for the forenoon, but somehow because of the time constraint, I'll try to address a lot of issues with reference to the Andhra Pradesh story of recovery and restoration. My topic is basically, can you go back? Excuse me. The status of mangrove ecosystems, intersectionality of science with management. Dr. Selvam has handled the science part of it, but with reference to the Andhra Pradesh, with reference to the management part of it, how science helped us to address the restoration process, I'll just explain in these slides which will be followed. Now, Andhra Pradesh has a very long coastline of about 974 kilometers. We have mangroves spanning right from Srikakulam district to the Nellore district. And the good part of the Andhra Pradesh mangroves is that they are in the protected area format, because in the Godavari wetland, if you look at the prominent patch on the topmost portion, the Godavari wetland supports Koringa Wildlife Sanctuary, then the Krishna wetland supports the Krishna Wildlife Sanctuary, and in the Nellore portion, we support the Pulikat Wildlife Sanctuary, which is sharing borders with Tamil Nadu. So the entire coast, in fact, has some presence of mangroves, and we are fourth in the country with reference to the mangrove cover. The first is West Bengal, followed by Gujarat, then Andaman and Nicobar, followed by Andhra Pradesh. Roughly, the mangrove cover is about 405 square kilometers as of now. Next, please. Now, with reference to the mangroves, the kind of species we have, they're about 16 to 18 in number, along with the associates, and apart from the climbers, the grasses, and the halophytes. Now, the four species which are rare in nature are Brownlovia tersa, Rhizophora anomalyana, Soneratia alba, and Siphiphora hydrophyllacea. Siphiphora hydrophyllacea is actually quite endemic. It is only found in the Sacramento Lagoon, which is in the Godavari wetland.
The pointer is working.
Now, a pictographic representation of these species follows in the next slide. Next, please. Now, these are the true mangroves. You get to have an idea of the mangrove flora in the region. We have about 18 species, as I've said earlier. Now, basically, we handle the Acacia marina, that is Avicennia marina, Avicennia officinalis, Bruguera cylindrica, Bruguera gymnorhiza, and also we have Rhizophora mucrinata and apiculator. These are the species we handle during restoration process, but we see that the zonation is maintained and the biodiversity is also maintained. Next. Now, these are the associate species, basically the climbers, the grasses, the tree species. You have grass species like Hypomias, then also we have the tree species, and apart from that, the halophyte species like Pseudo nudiflora. These are the main halophyte species that are found in the ecosystem. Next, please. Now, these are the four species which are quite rare but found in the region. One is Xylocarpus mollikensis, Soneratia alba. Then we have Siphiphora, that is the last one, Siphiphora hydrophyllacea. Then also this Brownlovia tersa. Next. These are the larger fruit species in mangroves, the Xylocarpus grallatum. This is also found in the landward side of the Godavari wetland. Now, after discussing the flora, when we go to the biodiversity, next slide, please. The biodiversity in the region, apart from the plant flora, we just have a representative wetland here. We have taken here as an example to describe the biodiversity of a mangrove wetland. The plant species are about 36 in number. The mammals about 14 in species. Then with reference to reptiles, about 25. Birds, we have about 272 species. Fish, about 138 species in the Godavari wetland. Crabs, about 34 species. Prawns, about 12 species. Mollusks, about 110. Then phytoplankton, about 137. Zooplankton, about 81 species. And this is the biodiversity of a single wetland. And when we compare to other wetlands, probably other mangrove ecosystems in this country also boast of a similar biodiversity. Next, please. Now, when you look at the fauna, some of the important species are the fishing cat. We are doing a research on this fishing cat. In fact, the populations have improved after restoration mechanisms. In fact, we have about 115 fishing cats population in Godavari wetland, about 50 to 60 individuals in the Krishna Wildlife Sanctuary. Then we have the smooth-coated otters. Populations are also steadily increasing. Then we have the jackals and the primates. Next slide, please. Now, these are the avifauna, and each of them can be considered as a Ramsar site. But only Koleru has that status as of now. But in the Godavari wetland, if you look at the Koringa, we have the stills, the plovers, the godwits. Then also we have the painted storks. And also we have some species flying in during the wintering season, especially the migratory season. Birds flying in the Central Asian flyway, all the way from Central Asian region. And we have great norths coming from the Central Asian region, and Indian skimmers coming from the Chambal Valley at this point of the year. Next. These are some of the crabs, have high nutritive value, especially the mangrove tree crab, then the spiny crabs, the brown crabs, the litter crab, and the ghost crab. Some of the fish species, next. You have the minnows, then you have the anchovies in this region. Now, the nutritive load of this wetlands or the estuarine region is so high that when we took up the IGRI project, that is the East Godavari Riverine Estuarine Ecosystem under UNDP, which got a very high rating when we implemented that project, we realized that because of the high nutritive loads of these particular estuarines regions, that you have whale sharks as well as Indo-Pacific dolphins congregating in these areas. The juveniles of these whale sharks are congregating in these areas because of the high nutritive loads of these estuaries. Next. Now, when you talk about mangroves, you talk the science, or you talk about the science, you talk about the management, but there are three major players who are defining how the mangrove ecosystem should behave in the long run. One, the community. The community practicing aquaculture, because commercial aquaculture has gained a big boom after the blue economy, when it has started exports. Andhra Pradesh, in fact, exports most of shrimp and prawn to the Western countries. And this boom in aquaculture has changed the ecosystem to such an extent that you have the entire coast riddled with aqua farms. Then also the agriculture. Andhra Pradesh, being called the rice bowl of the country, has most of its paddy fields along the coast. It's juxtapositioned with the coastal line. Then we also have harnessing of salt pans, then also the salt farming. Then habitations. Habitations also have become a part of this coastal ecosystem. It is so much so that NGT had to intervene in a suo motu application when it has taken a newspaper clipping as a basis to intervene and say that habitations are being constructed in the mangrove wetland, and in fact has imposed a penalty of about 5 crores for taking up mangrove plantations for mangrove plantation areas for habitation. Then in the case of government, it also vies with the mangrove ecosystem for habitations, the special economic zones, then also with reference to the green airports, which are coming up in a big way, and also the ports and aquaculture. Government has also a stake with reference to the government lands when looking at aquaculture and ports. Then industries. Industries, because of the natural resources potential of the coastal region, oil refineries, fertilizer, power plants are all having a stake on the mangrove ecosystem. Now, these are our potential players, and these are the people we have to address whenever we take up management initiatives in this coastal area. Next. Next, please. Now, the basic artisanal fishermen depend upon the mangroves for many, many uses. One is the crab culture, then the shellfish culture, then also with reference to fishing and also utilizing mangroves for fodder as well as fuel wood. Next, please. Now, this is another area where mangrove plays an important role. It's a money spinner nowadays. This is mangrove ecotourism. Now, this is a representative picture of Koringa Wildlife Sanctuary. Now, you have this green color. This is the boardwalk, because it is very difficult to navigate in the mangrove areas because of the pneumatophores as well as the roots. So we have developed a mangrove boardwalk so that the visitors understand the mangrove ecosystem as they navigate through the ecosystems. Not only it's a money spinner, but also it helps in conservation education. You help to analyze, the visitors help to, you help, I've actually create a mechanism where the visitor appreciates nature and at the same time also understand why these mangroves are important. Then also you have some kind of tourism in the creeks. Though this is additional feature, but the thing is they will understand how the mangrove ecosystem works. Next. Why the degradation of mangrove? Probably this is same throughout the country, wherever you have this degradation happening. The degradation was more so from the 80s to the 2000. When we started restoration, we started somewhere around 1987. In fact, our technical partner, MSSRF, helped us to understand what could be the technique to implement to cut or arrest this degradation. In 1987, we started with a small plot, a pilot plot in Godavari wetland to understand whether we can arrest this degradation. But before that restoration process began, we had to understand what causes this degradation. Now in the forest department, we have a 25-year felling cycle. This felling cycle has in fact caused the degradation to a large extent because we never planned for the restoration part of it. Now we had coops like the bamboo coops. They were mangrove coops where harvesting was taking place and this felling was taking place on a 25-year rotation period, and massive felling took place in the years up till 1972. Then the domestic needs, basically they depend upon fuel wood, fodder, timber, fencing, and fishing poles. The local artisanal people depend upon mangroves, and there's still a dependency even to this era. With reference to livestock, there's buffaloes, cows, goats, camel that is basically in the other west coast, but the buffaloes and cows have a larger presence with reference to grazing in these wetlands. In fact, they are so used to that area that they get stuck up in that area, and you have inbreeding and you have feral cattle also occupying the same habitat. Then the changes in the land use, I've discussed about it, how the major players use the land for aquaculture, agriculture, industries, and habitations. Now the changes in topography, and this is more prominent in the case of Pulicat, where we have seen the river mouth closure. Pulicat, because of the siltation near the river mouth, this has prevented the tidal incursions. As a result, we find the Pulicat Wildlife Sanctuary or the Pulicat Lake drying up, and a lot of dieback is occurring in that area. Cyclones and other disasters. Now, 1977, Divasima. Now, this is more prominent in the Sodlagandi area of Krishna wetland. That's what Dr. Selvam was also previously discussing, how that area has been ravaged with about 30 feet height storm water getting into the landward side, and at the same time, the Gaja and Mutipet, which has caused considerable damage, and also with reference to Nargis, the tsunami which occurred in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So both, though it is a first line of defense, but at the same time, the climatic changes and the climatic disasters have also ravaged mangroves to a large extent. Then the climate change, the shoot dieback disease, which we are seeing in Pichavaram area, as spoken by the earlier speaker, how the climate change, how the tidal incursions have been prevented as a result because of high temperature and changes in the climate, which has resulted in the shoot dieback disease. So these are the causes for degradation, and the pictographic representation, how you find these buffaloes and cattle in the mangrove areas for grazing. Then people also collect mangroves for fodder. Then you have this kind of fuel wood collection, and also they use it as a fence material in the case of protecting their homes from the other areas. Then next. Now this is an example of erosion, the coastal erosion. Then the dieback disease with reference to the Rhizophora apiculata in Pichavaram, how the climate change has impacted it. Then with reference to impact of the cyclone Gaza, this is how the destruction took place during the cyclone. Next. Now, restoration. Now, I have previously mentioned that in 1987, the story of restoration began. We started with a small pilot plot, about 0.5 hectares, and the technique was not standardized up till 1999. In 1999, we came out with this fishbone technique in partnership with the technical partner, MSSRF. In fact, Ram Subramaniam has been guiding us from, in fact, Dr. Selvam was also in the Krishna wetland area. They have been guiding us, guiding the department of how to take up these channeling, because channeling is such a process where you need to understand the hydrology, the physico-chemical parameters, the salinity, the pH, and other aspects, including the tidal amplitude, to make it a successful one. Restoration is not an easy process. It takes a lot of patience, time, energy, because the survivals in the initial stages are not very good. It takes time to stabilize, and whatever schemes we plan, those 3-4 year schemes do not address restoration as they have to do, because you need to follow up. The maintenance period of 3 years is not sufficient, because in the first 2 years, you need to replace the planted seedlings, because there's initial dieback, which you need to replace them with the propagules and wildlings, because they have greater chances of survival when compared to the nursery planted seedlings in the initial stages. Though the results say that nursery planted seedlings have better results when compared to the wildlings and propagules in the initial stages, but once replacement takes place, it takes place with the propagules and the wildlings from the natural areas. So this is the previous slide, please. This is the fishbone technique. The technique has basically a main channel, which is perpendicular to the river canal, or river or the stream, and then we have the side channels, or the feeder channels, which are about 12.5 meters apart, and these are at right angles to the main canal. So generally we go for dimensions of about 3 to 3.5 meters at the top width, and the bottom width is generally about 1 to 1.2 meters. And the planting width, in fact, the planting is about 0.2 to 0.25 that is meters from the top, that is 20 centimeters from above, and the general depth is about 0.6 to 0.75. And these side channels, or the feeder channels, are about 12.5 meters apart, with the dimensions ranging from about 2 meters on the top width, and the bottom width is about 0.4, and the depth is generally about 0.45 to 0.75, depending upon the topography of the area. And also the planting width is also 0.2 in the side channels. So this kind of laying out channels is useful only for large areas, because in Sorlagandi, the next slide please. Now this is the process. First the channels are laid out, then people carry the nursery raised seedlings from the nursery site to the plantation site, and you have women folk also taking part in this plantation process. In fact, mangrove plantations, there's a greater benefit because women are involved in the process right from nursery raising as well as plantation process. Then you have the greater involvement of women in these particular processes. Then you have this planting. Next slide. Now this is the area which has been ravaged by cyclone in Divisima. In fact, the entire Sorlagandi area has been affected. And in fact, a lot number of NGOs had also chipped in to raise plantations in this particular area, because there has been devastation to such an extent. And the Sorlagandi, the 10-year plantation which you see today is it's quite apparent. And if you fly from Vijayawada to Madras anytime, you can have a clear view of these particular channels and how clearly they have been laid. You can also observe them from the flight window. This is an excellent site, even today, till today, how the restoration has taken place in Sorlagandi. Vast areas have been ravaged, and these areas have been taken up in such a large scale by the department, the AP Forest Department. We had different projects at different points of time, the disaster recovery project, the camper project, the Mishti project, and also sometimes NGOs chipping in. MSSRF also has their own plots, and this is the kind of picture we have in Krishna wetland after the Divisima cyclone in 1977. Next. Now these are the, you have to see and visualize only through ground truthing and mapping, and whether the results are taking place or not. And this is the restored area in the Godavari wetland. You can see the areas, the green patches, which are showing the results. And this is the restored area of about 1947 hectares, which has taken place in the last 1 decade. Next. Now, in the Krishna wetland, we have taken greater restoration measures. In case of Krishna, Krishna is the problematic area when compared to the Godavari wetland. Godavari wetland is basically with reference to the soil texture is better, and there is larger fresh water inflows in the Godavari wetland. Unlike in Krishna, where Krishna water is basically used for irrigation, and also the soil texture is not so good, and there's not much of tidal inflows. So you need to put greater efforts in the case of Krishna wetland. When in terms of restoration, it takes not much time, lot much effort to bring restoration process to a better result. So the recorded area in this particular Krishna wetland the last 1 decade or so is about 4,700 hectares, and this is a this can be visualized even in Google. Next. Now we look at the decadal changes because just now Dr. Selma was saying you have to corroborate your results with maps. You need to see the maps if changes are happening in the positive or the negative way. And if you look at 1990, this is a picture of about 1990, 2000, 2010, 2023. Now you look at the mangrove pictures, how the density has increased or evolved over a period of time. So the density has improved from this, whatever it was there initially, about 5,000 hectares. I think the picture is not very clear. If you can zoom it a little bit. It has increased to about something like 10,000 hectares over a period of time. This is the time scale series we are doing it in Godavari wetland. Similarly, in the Krishna wetland, this has seen, next slide please. In the Krishna wetland, next. This has seen a massive increase. Now you look at the restoration patches in 1990 and you compare it to 2023, there's a much denser mangroves in the system. Next. Now this has to be also corroborated with the Indian State Forest Report of 21. I think the 23 report will come towards the end of this month. But the latest reports we have is that of 21. Now, Andhra Pradesh started somewhere around 495 in 1987, and in 2023, we stand about 405 square kilometers. So we are gradually restoring whatever we have lost. Now, if you look at West Bengal, it started with something like 2,076, and now it is stabilized somewhere around 2,115 square kilometers. Then the next important state who has done massive strides is reference to Gujarat. It has started somewhere with 427 square kilometers and is doing considerably well with about 1,175 square kilometers. Then in case of Andaman and Nicobars, Islands, that is 686 square kilometers, it is also considerably doing well with reference to the stabilization of the mangrove cover it has. So we are the fourth, and we expect to do much better. And definitely a lot of financial capital has to flow in to restore these areas, and definitely biodiversity has to be maintained, because whatever we are handling presently with Avicennia species, Bruguera species, or the Rhizophora species needs to be addressed with reference to the associates as well as the other halophytes in the region. Next. Now, I just have a couple of suggestions and policy interventions that are required in this restoration process. This minimum water flow has to occur. If this is not happening, then it results in dieback disease, and there's also biodiversity loss. And this can be corroborated with research. We need to involve a large number of partners in this research process, and they'll help us to understand and to take better management decisions. Restore areas with suitable species. In fact, we have in our protected areas, we have zonation of species. Each species occupies a specific zone. So we have zonation of species clearly defined. So what species has to go into which zone is clearly defined. So if you are tampering with the system and going for a restoration mechanism which is not addressing it appropriately, tomorrow we may have a larger problem with reference to restoration when we are not addressing biodiversity parameters. Involve all the stakeholders. See, this is not a single approach. You need to involve community, you need to involve government, you need to involve all the companies and the institutions which are part of the ecosystem. You need to take up a lot of awareness capacity building exercises for people who are in the system, because some of the private lands also have mangroves. And when these private lands have mangroves, they cannot convert it into any other form, like for aquaculture or agriculture. If they have to convert it, they have to see that the minimum density is maintained. So what happened was, we observed that the communities who have converted their land into aquaculture farms realized that the aquaculture, the commercial aquaculture, is not having the same nutrient load as that of the mangrove ecosystems. When the same land had mangroves, the crabs were tasting better, the fish were tasting better. But now, after conversion, what happens is the crabs and the fish are not as tasty as that of the mangrove ecosystem. So what they do is now, we are observing that on the bunds, they are planting mangroves. So this is a welcome initiative. They are realizing that whatever grows in the mangrove ecosystem has a better nutrient load when compared to the commercial aquaculture. Then at the same time, we have a whole lot of refineries, a lot of coastal pollution taking place, and at the same time, aquatic pollution. This needs to be addressed because a lot of brackish water is also getting polluted, and this affects our mangroves. So we need to sensitize all these major companies and the institutions. And whenever you have these SEZs, special economic zones, or the ports or the harbors coming up in this particular area, it's taking a toll on the mangroves. How do you keep that ecosystem intact? Needs to be addressed in such a way that both are balanced, development as well as conservation. See, Andhra Pradesh example with reference to protection of mangroves has been good in the sense we brought them under regimental system. Regimental system is that because most of them are protected areas, Koringa or Krishna Wildlife Sanctuary, or the other area which is called the Pulicat Wildlife Sanctuary. So these are under the regimental control, so there's some kind of enforcement with reference to protection. Similarly, with those in the reserve forest. In the reserve forest areas also there is some kind of regimen, but in the case of private areas, we need to understand how to increase the awareness and improve the capacity building of these people to understand that why mangrove ecosystems are important. They did understand at some point of time, especially after the Kakinada Bay, when it was hit by a huge cyclone, they understood that Hope Island really brought hope to the Kakinada Bay. They understood that mangroves are the first line of defense and they have to be protected. But still, when greed is more than the conservation part of it, sometimes you compromise upon it, and it is at this point of time we need to understand how mangrove ecosystems can be protected in the private areas. And definitely the judicial activism is also quite active. Nowadays NGT takes suo motu cognition of just some paper clippings and also helps address, because we had one suo motu application in the case of the naval dockyard, the Vizag naval dockyard, where certain mangroves were affected. Then NGT took up that case suo motu and has been addressing that issue. Similarly, in the case of Koringa, we had this issue. See, mangroves are basically deemed forests. Now, as a forester, I tell you that we are foresters addressing the territorial forestry, but at the same time, mangroves are such forests, they are considered to be the coastal woodlots. They are also the intertidal forests. Now, these forests have to be protected in such a way, because when you understand with reference to the carbon absorption and the carbon sequestration potential of the mangroves, the carbon absorption potential of mangroves is 10 times more than that of the terrestrial forest. And at the same time, the carbon sequestration potential, the long-term burial of carbon, is about 4 times more than that of the terrestrial forest. So as foresters, we need to understand that if we invest more of time and effort in protecting these mangroves, we'll be definitely doing greater justice, not only for terrestrial forestry, but also with reference to the mangrove forestry. Then similarly, Salt Pan Commission. There are certain areas in the Salt Pan Commission, they should also understand why coastal marshes and salt marshes are important, and these have to be protected. Then there are certain unsurveyed lands. This is in the Andhra Pradesh scenario, where you have some unsurveyed lands where you need to protect these mangroves, and this has to be under policy saying that these mangrove areas cannot be diverted for any other purpose. Now, restoration, that's what I was talking about, zonation. Zonation is equally important. You need to address which areas have to be restored and the first line of defense, and in the next line of defense, the less priority areas can be restored. So once you have the zonation in place, it's something like a theme map, which fits where and what is the biodiversity concerns, because you have a lot of fauna, avifauna, and other reptiles, polychaetes dependent upon this system. So you need to address the ecosystem per biodiversity rather than individual species. So I was talking about the aqua farmers who are encouraged to grow mangroves on the bunds. So this is happening because they have realized that whatever crabs or the fishes are having better nutrient loads when compared to the traditional fishing, when compared to the commercial aquaculture. River mouth closure, we have observed that in Pulicat. There's a lot of dieback, and we are losing a lot of species. At the same time, the number of heavy fauna visiting the sites, the numbers are declining, so immediate attention is required. And definitely, see, we always say that conservation without money is always conversation. This is the line given by M.S. Swaminathan during his heydays. He said, conservation without money is nothing but conversation. So you need to have funding for any of these aspects, and definitely people are understanding the importance of mangroves, and they're addressing that. In fact, we have a lot of potential players like Ready Labs, and we have space agencies coming into this mangrove landscape to protect the mangroves in the area. Well, providing alternatives to fodder and fuel, there are certain things which are already in the market, like ideas, like with reference to fodder. Fodder, you can have stall feeding. Then in case of firewood also, nowadays you're supplying gas to the communities. So this will reduce the dependence on the mangrove ecosystem for fodder and fuel wood. Now we are seeing also invasion of prosopis. A large part of it area is being encroached by prosopis. This also has to be selectively removed because prosopis is also good roosting sites for birds. So we need to understand this before removal and how best we can address this so that it is arrested into incursion from the mangrove ecosystem. Well, I look at mangroves, the way ahead is something like this. You need to understand your mangroves. You need to understand where they are. Every bit of the area should be mapped so that what is going where, you can understand it. At the same time, work out on the zonation, the zone maps, so that different species are thriving in different areas. And certain endemic species like this Siphiphora hydrophyllacea, which is only found in the Sacramento Island of Godavari region, these species need to be protected. In fact, we have seen Rhizophora anomalyana. This is also a rare species found in the area. And we are also seeing some hybridization taking place between the local species. This is also being observed. There's a lot of research going on that particular aspect also. Ecological monitoring. Now, this is what CIFOR is doing in our Coringa wetland. They are looking into the physicochemical parameters. They're looking at pH. They're looking at the tidal inundations. Then they're looking at the amplitudes and also with reference to the topography. So this ecological adaptation data will help us in over a period of time to address management interventions. The priority restoration areas. Take up those which need immediate attention. Take up restoration in those areas which need immediate attention. And restoration is not an easy process. It's a very difficult process. Even though you say success is guaranteed, it doesn't happen overnight. It takes considerable amount of time. It takes a lot of energy, patience. In fact, I was criticized also when I was taking up large chunks of area for mangroves, saying that initial results are not very good. But over the 10 years plantation which you have seen is the results we have at the end of 10 year or the decadal results. So this is a painfully slow process. Don't take things for granted, and whatever in survivals are low in the initial stages, start replanting them. Keep on replanting them till this system stabilizes. Baseline information and carbon stocking. As Madam was also saying about this carbon stocking, carbon credits, the carbon trading, the markets are huge. They keep giving you certain good figures. They keep you enticed with a lot of figures, statistics. But our baseline data is still not ready to understand this carbon trading. And most of it should go into the community. The community should realize the potential. If they are part of the process, then only you have to take it up on a large scale. So the next important thing is also involve a lot of partners in this process, research, advocate research. I take up more number of partners in the field because generally in the mangrove ecosystem areas and the coastal areas, we generally promote a lot of people who want to do some work. They are partners in this particular thing because it is not a single-handed effort. It is not only the Forest Department, it is not the Wildlife Institute of India or some other organization which is doing its bit. Every other partner who is interested in doing some research, he'll definitely help us in providing answers to the many questions which need to be answered. Then also there is another important area which is coming up recently that is need to be addressed systematically and scientifically, is that with reference to aqua pollution as well as the coastal pollution. This is happening on an immense scale, And we are talking about blue economy on one side, but at the same time, we also need to address pollution. So these aspects have to be considered. And this is a representative study I have shown to you about the Andhra Pradesh story for restoration. Go guarded, be patient, and definitely you will see results at the end of the road. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Could you please wait for a moment? Requesting Dr. V.K. Sharma, scientist NCCR, to felicitate Dr. Shanti Priya Pandey. Thank you. Dr. Sudhakar Reddy is currently a senior scientist at the National Remote Sensing Center of the Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO. He has a background in botany and remote sensing. He is involved in core aspects of forestry and biodiversity research and has been instrumental in developing remote sensing and geomatics-based methodologies and spatial databases on biodiversity, long-term forest cover change, forest types, biomass, forest fragmentation, fire hotspots, and invasive alien plant species of India. He has consistently been featured in the world's top 2% of scientists by Stanford University and Elsevier for the past 5 years and has many awards and accolades for his work. Requesting you to present your talk on geospatial technology for mangrove monitoring and decision support.
Yeah, good afternoon all. I am thankful to the organizers for this valuable opportunity. And in fact, Madam introduced me that I am a botanist. My first book publication is on the mangroves. There I found that we need to develop the handy guide. There, even the non-botanist should identify the plant. So through that way, I generated the field guide for Indian mangroves, which was published in the year 2008. But later, I expanded my studies to the different forest ecosystems. And in this presentation, you will be seeing some of the works carried out at NRSC, ISRO. So in the presentation, I would like to brief. I will not take much time. I will try to restrict myself to 20 minutes. Just I will give the brief understanding about what is remote sensing, GIS, and the applications. So for a layman, the remote sensing is an eye in the sky, but it works with the principles of the physics. So you might be heard that, like the electromagnetic spectrum. There you have the different wavelength regions, and among them, the visible like blue, green, red, infrared, and shortwave infrared regions are useful for the imaging of the Earth's surface. And here you have the different kinds of resolutions, different kinds of sensors to capture the data. And if you see here that it is like image is like a photograph. It is made up of the picture elements, which are, we commonly say, the pixels. So each pixel is very unique because the value it represents in the terms of digital number or the brightness value is conveys the unique information of the surface of the Earth's object. So what is the use of the remote sensing? Why should we use the remote sensing? Specifically in the context of the unique systems like the mangroves. So if you want to cover through the remote sensing, here we have the multiple platforms. The recent advancement is the UAV multispectral and UAV hyperspectral. Then we have the space-bound remote sensing. It is the most widely used technology all over the world. As a state-of-art technology, the satellite-based remote sensing is covering the different attributes, like the structural attributes of vegetation, functional attributes, as well as the composition. And if you want to cover, and if you want to understand even management effectiveness also, this high temporal remote sensing data, high spectral resolution, high spatial resolution data will be very much important. And now, why to consider is like, now as you know that after the Google Earth era, the most of the technologies now became open access, and even lot number of imageries, both from the Indian remote sensing, as well as from the NASA, European Space Agency, you will be getting a lot of data sets in the open access domain. Then coming to the GIS, in the geospatial technology, the first one is the remote sensing, the second one is the GIS. So as a spatial decision support system, it is a computer-aided technology. There you will be intervening, like I'm a botanist, I'll use my knowledge of botany to understand the principles of the ecology, and I will be upscale my information at the plot level to the regional level. So that is the advantage. So the expertise from the wildlife, expertise from the aquatic sciences. So you can integrate here. So finally, the knowledge from the multiple disciplines will help us in generating the comprehensive information required for the monitoring as well as the management. So why to use the geospatial technology here? It's not only that the remote sensing data sets will provide the area extent, that is of course, that is the primary application. But apart from that, you have several scientific applications you can generate through the remote sensing and the GIS. So that you can able to discriminate the different kinds of species, and you can able to you can go for the zonation of the mangroves in terms of the plant communities. And you can able to generate the information on like many things, like the previous speaker, Shantipriya madam said, like biomass and carbon flux. Professor Selvam sir also said the use of the remote sensing and also using of the geospatial or mapping technology to monitor the resource. So you can see that you can able to link, you can able to generate the timely information for the management to take the appropriate steps. So here you have the multiple sensors, multiple platforms, and you can able to generate the information from the local to the regional scale. So how this is possible? I would like to show in like a small flow chart that depending on your objective, like the mapping of the species, mapping of the mangrove cover, or the other aspects of structure and function, you need to use the aerial imaging, satellite-based imaging, or the UAV-based imaging. And as per the project requirement, you will be choosing the appropriate sensor and suitable season data. So it may be LiDAR to get the height. It may be the microwave data to get the structural information. It may be the multispectral and high temporal data to understand the greenness variability. So finally, without the primary data, like the primary input here is the field data through the random sampling or the stratified sampling. You will be using those field locations to train the model. Then, as now the technology is going towards the normal classifier technology, pixel-based classification to the machine learning mode. So you can able to go for the semi-automated as well as the automated classification of the features. So here you will be using the temporal or the spatial or the spectral things into consideration while classifying the imagery. So finally, the objective of the image is to our objective of the application scientist is to classify all the pixels into the meaningful classes. So this is like one application. There we can able to differentiate the different species. Even though the mangroves may not be having the higher diversity like the Veterinarian forest, but they are very unique, and their composition is also the setup is itself very unique, and even though like they are growing in a similar kind of environment, the leaf biochemicals, biophysical properties, the chlorophyll concentration, as well as the cell structure of each species is very unique. So that will give us a guidance to discriminate the species. So this is one of our research publication where we have done for the Bhitarkanika Wildlife Sanctuary. So here one of the major class is the Heritera, tall Heritera, the stunted one, then the mixed mangrove. So this is a recent development. Now we have the open access. It means the freely available data sets from the global researchers. So this is one of the publications from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. So they put this data in the open access, so you can able to download that GIS shapefile. So 10-meter resolution data for the 2020. So that reports that as of now world is having only at the time in 2020 1,45,000 square kilometer. Now in 2022 the report says it has reduced to 1,24,000 square kilometer. Like my previous speaker also said that, and also Selvam sir also said, in India we don't have much loss as compared to the gains. overall there is a scenario in the last decade is going towards the positive side. And the maximum, the loss of mangrove is happening in the Indonesia. So this is the global analysis, shows the change areas, like the Southeast Asian region towards Myanmar, Indonesia, you have the more loss. And there is a lot of fragmentation also happening. So here is not exactly like the terrestrial forest, like that is caused due to the road and settlement. Here the analysis is based on the patch size of the mangrove vegetation. So this is already previous speaker shown, I will not speak again. So this is again our study, which was published in the Current Science, shows that there is a loss of 89 square kilometer of mangrove in Andaman, and also the loss of around 7.4 square kilometer of mangrove in the Nicobar group of islands. Then also we have conducted the one of the national study that was carried out as part of the National Carbon Project. And there we have used the 1930s topographical maps, because we don't have the satellite imageries before 1970. And again from 1970s onwards, we have used all available Landsat data sets as well as the IRS LIS3, IRS AWIFS satellite imageries to map the change in the mangrove cover as well as the other land use. So this shows that in the Sundarbans, you can able to see that the maximum area towards north, that is due to the human influence, there is a loss of mangrove. But in the southern side, that is because of the erosion. So with the collaboration of the West Bengal Forest Department, we tried to identify the persistent accretions as well as the temporary accretions. So this is with the combination of both field studies as well as the historical images from the 1970s to the 2007 year. And then we identified the areas of the persistent accretion. So this is another study carried out by French Institute of Pondicherry. So here they evaluated the significance of the multiple resolutions. So I like most of the times we'll be using like Landsat data, 30-meter resolution. So there is a mixed pixel. So some of the water content also may be in the, like vice versa, or over-reporting or under-reporting at the side scale. But their study with the 1-meter resolution, they showed that there is a less cover, but it is a consistent. And there is a comparison between the medium resolution and the high resolution mapping of the mangrove. So this is one classical example. There, the Gujarat has shown the ever-increasing trend of the area under the mangroves. So now, like the Professor Kadiresan and other experts will be dealing tomorrow, that this kind of the expansion of the mangroves is really going to help, or what kind of the negative consequences of encroaching the other natural habitats. So this is the recent indicators system. There, like without going into the field, just by using the high temporal remote sensing data, you can able to understand the changes. So here we can use the cumulative sum algorithm, or we can use the even NDVI, normalized difference vegetation indices. For example, like you have Sentinel-2 data, you can able to acquire the data at a very 5-day interval at 10-meter pixel resolution. So that will help us in understanding the seasonal pattern as well as the annual pattern, and then decadal patterns of increasing trend, decreasing trend, and loss of the minimum cover, loss of the maximum cover, and is there any influence of the climatic variability on the vegetation structure and composition. So this is the national reporting by the one publication. In the Indian side you have less, that is around 50 to 100 tons of mangrove AGB, above ground biomass tons per hectare is very less, 50 to 100 tons. But the global average is much higher, 146 tons per hectare. Then, like, as this is a coastal system, you may not be getting the cloud, there is an issue of cloud cover, because while working with the multispectral data, you may not, that is very useful, because anyone can able to understand and appreciate the changes in the green cover. But other side, the problem is the cloud interference. So in that case, if you want to have the high temporal acquisitions, so we can go for like Sentinel-1, RASAT, microwave data. So that will be penetrating through the clouds. And other side, the importance of the microwave remote sensing is that it is not just seeing like the greenness, it is not seeing the greenness, but it is seeing the structure of the vegetation. So you can able to understand the negative or positive changes in a better way as compared with the multispectral. So the gaps and challenges, as that this is a very appropriate forum to highlight that even though, like I said, a lot of imageries are available in open access, but unfortunately, we don't have the long-term consistent data with a better resolution. Now we have the access to like planet scope data at 4.7 meter resolution. Even though they are the commercial company, they are providing the data from the year 2016 to this time on almost every monthly basis at 4.7 meter. Even the ISRO also, because of the policy, had given the like 5.8 meter resolution LIS4 data in open access. So anyone interested, they can get the data from the Bunidhi. Similarly, like Sentinel-2 or Sentinel-1 and many other sources of satellite imaging is available for the applications. Then other side, instead of going for like the traditional classification, there we are using only the simple rules. As now we have the multiple data sets like the temperature data, elevation data, and the hyperspectral, multispectral, microwave, LiDAR. So now we have to go for some kind of a data fusion, and we have to identify and generate the scalable information. So finally, like my previous speaker also highlighted that we need to understand the impact of the biological innovation on our native mangrove species. So their vision is that we need to have high temporal and high resolution sensing, so that will give the near real-time or real-time information for the management, and adoption of the artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning technologies help us in better understanding and better reporting. And these machine learning based approaches will reduce the uncertainty in estimation of the biomass. So that is one of the state of art. And also now we have to generate the more accurate information on the ecosystem services. Everyone is aware that the mangroves are very crucial. They are providing a lot of services and goods. But we need to have the information at the species level to the ecosystem level. And we need to generate the baseline information with reference to the ecosystem services and their evaluation. So finally, as the technology is universal, so we need to adopt all the recent developments in the GIS technology. And also we need to go for a global collaboration efforts. So there we can change the knowledge from each other, and also not only the technology side, and also the conservation policies and the management practices. So if you can share with the global and the national fora, that will help us in improving the condition of the mangroves. So finally, the GIS based mainly the web GIS is going to help us in taking the better measures, because by integrating the high temporal data sets and also the machine learning based classified outputs, we can able to generate the actionable products. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Kindly wait for a moment. Requesting Dr. S.R. Marigaudar, scientist NCCR, to felicitate, sir. Thank you very much. As we are running behind schedule, I request you all to kindly discuss your queries with our speakers during lunch or at any other leisure time today and tomorrow. Thank you all for a great session. Before we begin the panel discussion, I request our panelists and our moderator to alight the dais. Dr. Gnanaparam, Professor, Indian Institute of Space Technology. Dr. Shanti Priya Pandey, IFS Andhra Pradesh Forest Department. Kindly come onto the dais, please. Mr. Meera Shah, Mangrove Foundation of India. Dr. Varghese Paul, USAID India, and our moderator, Mr. Ravi Pratap Singh. The panel discussion will be on challenges in management, success stories, cooperation, and collaboration. I take this opportunity to introduce the moderator, Mr. Ravi Pratap Singh, the CEO of Ecosys Development Foundation, an NGO based in New Delhi. He is an international development management professional with over 30 years of experience and has been working on ecological governance. He is credited for conceptualizing a program for mangrove restoration through multi-stakeholder engagement-based green entrepreneurship and was a member of an empowered committee of the Niti Aayog Planning Commission of India from 2018 to 2021. He is also an active member of the Wildlife and Nature Protection Society of Sri Lanka. I now hand over the session to you, sir, Dr. Ravi Pratap Singh.
I'll start by saying that we have heard quite a lot about the kind of challenges we are facing with respect to mangrove ecosystem, kind of opportunities which are available for restoration and further expansion of the mangroves in India, and also some of the success stories, particularly when Dr. Shanti Priya Pandey was speaking and some other speakers in the inaugural session talked about those things. They talked about success stories for mangrove ecosystem development. Now, this particular panel discussion is to tease out further from four distinguished guests here. Dr. Shanti Priya Pandey, you all have already heard quite a lot about. Mr. Mirisa is a long-time practitioner around the Pulicat Lake. He is working on mangrove restoration and development, and he will be sharing his experiences today during this panel discussion. Dr. Gyanapadam is a distinguished scientist in the space application and those areas. She is with the Indian Institute for Space Science and Technology, IIST. I don't know why it is not called IISST. Anyways, so she is there, and we'll find out more about how this application is further helping the practitioners do better work. We already heard Dr. Reddy just before this session, so we'll be listening to more focused interventions from Dr. Gyanapadam. Then we have Dr. Varghese Paul from USAID India. He is someone who has been involved in larger coastal resilience and related work on climate change and others. So he is here where we will be able to hear from him more about the larger perspective on coastal conservation, resilience building, which will help eventually the mangrove ecosystems as well. So very warm welcome to all the panelists here. May I start with the science part of it, because the Mangrove Ecosystems India talks about the science part of it. And I would request Dr. Gyanapadam to share her views on how the kind of work she has done, which is focused on science or knowledge building, is helping or would help the practitioners and policy framing in the country. Just to remind all the panelists, we have 5 minutes for your initial interjection, and then if there are any specific questions and queries, we'll ask. So kindly try and limit your first presentation to 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
So good morning all. I think prior to me, many speakers have introduced about the remote sensing, importance of remote sensing from Dr. Selvam, Sudhakar Reddy, Madam Soumya Swaminathan also, Madam Shantipriya Pandey, everybody has told. So maybe my experience on the application of remote sensing and geospatial technologies started with MS Swaminathan Research Foundation with my senior Dr. Selvam and others. So maybe I'll show you with few slides so that it can help me to share the ideas how the remote sensing GIS tools helped in the management perspectives, and also I will highlight few research gaps which can improve the management along with the collaborations wherever the collaborations are lagging. So I'll just go with my slides. So maybe you can move to the next slide. So this is the topic of the plenary session. So I'll be concentrating more on the remote sensing GIS tools. Next slide, please. So as Dr. Selvam was telling, so the top left, 2 images shows the changes in the Pichawar mangroves. Many you would have seen many times in this day. So this change in mangroves, it is very easy to monitor through eye from space than going into the field. That helped to identify the degraded areas. So the remote sensing tools help us to identify the degraded areas, and actually we integrated GIS, that is the other data, like Sudhakar Reddy was telling. We integrated the other data, including the microtopography, as Dr. Selvam was insisting, the microtopography is more important. So that was integrated to identify the degraded areas and plan the further restoration measures, like Fishbone Canal, Madam was telling. So the remote sensing helps us to monitor and also integrate the geospatial tools helps us to integrate the other factors other than satellite data, like data we collect from the fields. So that helped us to monitor the change and go with the restoration process and find the success of the restoration. That was shown here. And I'm sorry if the pointer is working. So we can see the data, freshwater discharge data. It was from 1930, 1,165. It was, the mangrove area was 1,165, and 94 it was 411. The reduction in the mangroves was related or correlated with the freshwater change, that is 157 in 1930s to 34. This was the main reason we could find out because of the integration of the field data with the satellite data. So we would like to see the data over space and also integrate the information one over the other. So that just wanted to insist on that. It is not just mapping the data, but also you have to logically integrate the field data along with that to make the decision or to identify the problems and then make the appropriate decision. So after 1994, maybe I was there with the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation. After 94, the restoration practices helped us to increase the mangroves. Of course, along with the forest department, the mangrove was increased twice, about 941 hectares in 1990s. So even though the freshwater reduction was further reducing, the restoration activities helped. But it is not that just restoration activity can help the further sustenance of the mangroves. We have to make sure that freshwater is also available even after that. So that has to be made sure. And the other picture shows the reduction of the mangroves. The top right graph shows the reduction of the mangroves. And similarly, the pictures, the maps down bottom right picture shows the mapped mangroves throughout from 1930, 70s are from topo sheet. The all other are through satellite data. We shows the reduction in the mangroves till 94 and then gradually it is increasing. So this time series data analysis will also help us to get an idea about the management measures which are taking place in the field. Next slide. So the next one is, this is our output that after the assessment and monitoring of the mangrove extent, it is very important to concentrate on the diversity because the restoration was able to help to increase the mangrove area, but as the previous experts were saying that the diversity should also be taken into account. So we have to make sure whether the diversity is also maintained so that the sustainable mangrove conservation and restoration is happening or not. So in this process, remote sensing helps us to identify the mangrove species or the diversity of the mangrove ecosystem. This is one of our study where we could map the, collect the hyperspectral signatures of the almost 34 mangrove species present in the east coast of India, including Bhitarkanika and Godavari mangroves. So we were able to differentiate the 34 mangrove species, but we will not be able to map almost 34 because of the distribution of the mangroves. They don't distribute in a homogeneous patch. So here and there may be there, but at least with the high resolution hyperspectral images, we will be able to map the homogeneous mangrove species through the satellite data. And this is not sufficient just to have the spectral information with us. For one time, we have to keep monitoring. So the monitoring of the spectral diversity is also important. Right now, the monitoring of the species diversity is not in the research because of the availability of the hyperspectral data. We don't have the continuous hyperspectral data currently. So that is the need of the hour. We have to work on that, or we should think on that. The next thing is biochemical and biophysical characteristics of the mangroves. We started from the mapping, monitoring, and then the diversity. Then we move on to the further details which can be explored through remote sensing. That is, this is one of the study which we handle to assess the biomass of the mangroves by collecting the terrestrial remote sensing. That is, we take the terrestrial scanner, laser scanner in the field, the top left. So that scans the entire forest and then get the three-dimensional XYZ position of the forest, which will be modeled to get a tree model, whatever we are showing in the bottom level. They are tree model, which will help us to estimate the volume of the tree and then biomass of the tree. This will help to get individual trees volume and then biomass. So that is done in the Mumbai mangroves, which was carried out in one of the projects which I handled. So it shows, on the top right, you see the two charts. The right one is multi-source remote sensing. They are satellite-based remote sensing technique. Even though they are giving 0.85 regression with the remote sensing features, we are not sure because I will come to the points at the end. So most of the remote sensing database biomass estimations are through allometric equations, many of you must be knowing. Allometric equations, which are global level, it is available. We don't have our own allometric equations for our India. So they show very better correlation, even though we are not sure whether the allometric equation is applicable to our Indian mangrove system. We have different, even the same Abyssinia marina found in Tamil Nadu may not be same in the other place, Gulf of Kutch or Maharashtra. So what, on the other side, TLS based, that is terrestrial remote sensing database, though it is giving a regression value of 0.5, we can rely on that because we have directly collected the data. That volume data is the physical structure of the tree which we are collecting. So the point what I want to stress is there should be a bottom-up approach. Of course, the remote sensing data, satellite data give a wall-to-wall information of the entire globe. We have to process from the grassroots level to the, and it is upscaling whatever information we are collecting or gathering or analyzing should be upscaled to get the global level information, which will increase the accuracy of the estimates whatever we are making. And one more important point is through the terrestrial remote sensing, we will be able to include the contribution of the pneumatophores also in the biomass estimation. Generally, it is ignored. The pneumatophores or the prop roots of the mangroves are ignored in the estimation of the above ground biomass, which also we try to include the contribution of the mangroves. That is also a significant amount, about 5 tons per hectare. And this is very high resolution mapping. What I wanted to stress is the upscaling. So this is the high resolution mapping and monitoring of the mangroves of the Maharashtra, which we conducted between 2018 and 21. So this map is the each revenue village level mangrove density maps. It was generated and then it was, change reduction was carried out with the earlier period, which was in 1988. So the changes are made. So we were able to get the changes at the micro level. Every revenue village level, the changes we were providing. And this should be, this should be carried out for each and every states of the India, maritime states of the India, so that it will be easy to integrate the national level information. And then the bottom right is the Sudhakar Reddy sir was telling this WebGIS or the Internet GIS will be the current trend. So because anybody can make use of the data which we are generating, people can make use of it through mobile GIS. So this is one such application which is developed for Maharashtra mangroves to assess the health of the mangroves and monitor over a time series level. The result is the top one, which shows over maybe 5 years, the user can specify the time period. So within the 5 years period, which are all the mangroves which are under degradation condition or the regeneration condition.
Dr. Gyarpan, if you can leave out the details, just talk about the key messages, because we can later on in one of the presentations we can do that.
Yes.
For this short of time.
Yes, sure.
If we can just estimate.
That's also.
Just the key.
This is the last slide, sir. So the challenges what we have in front of us, based on my background, is that varying resolution of the satellite images. Of course, it is not in our hand. The ground truth data collection for validation, which is also crucial. Many times we depend on the images itself. And then the geometric co-registration error because of the different sources of the data which we have to collate. Many times we depend on the global maps or samples or models to analyze the data for the mangroves, and we don't have the lack of permanent plots. Okay. So these are the lack of permanent plots for the data collection, which already Dr. Selvam has mentioned, that I wanted to stress on that. Maybe the remaining thing is research scope for further exploration, which have to be carried out in a collaborative way that will give us a better solution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Janapan. It's very difficult to restrict a professor from getting into details. So I was very hesitant, but sorry, because it's a panel discussion format, so I had to intervene. Now, may I request Mr. Mirasa to share some of his experiences. He says that he also has a slideshow, but I have talked to him, so he will be actually talking more about it. That's just a support for him to start with the presentation.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mirasa, if you can talk about how the practices or your practices in last 20-25 years
Yes.
Have been supported by the scientific knowledge and policies,
Okay.
apart from whatever great work you have done.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Meera Shah from Pulicat. I am a native from Pulicat area. I am founder and managing trustee of Mangrove Foundation of India. Okay, next. Next slide. So, the small brief about our Mangrove Foundation, which is what we are doing in Pulicat Lake and Nellore also. So, we are working with communities, SC, ST and other communities in the last 25 years in Pulicat region area. And also, not only in the mangrove restoration, our model is integrated community restoration, including the livelihood promotion for the local communities, like youth, children, and other adult. Then almost 25 years I have been working with the communities. Is my mother organization is called CRENEO, Center for Research and New International Economic Order in Pulicat. Okay, next. This is the government recognition. I have received a National Wetland Champion Award from Ministry of Forest and Environment in 2022. This year also I have received the Green Champion, State Green Champion Award from Tamil Nadu government. Recently the Tamil Nadu government has recognized a member of Coastal Zone Regulation Management Authority in Tiruvallur district. Next. This is our collaborations, the mangrove restoration projects and all the universities, colleges, and the relief and other work, and also the CBOs. This is the main key factors, the community-based organization, the different level of from children's to then other like-minded NGOs and government sectors, state and central government institutions in the last 25 years. Next. This is before the case studies and good stories, successful stories. This is the challenges already. Dr. Our IFS PCCF assistant PCCF already mentioned. The Pulicat Lake is the unique lake in second largest brackish lake in India. But our major problem is bore mouth closing. Frequently the bore mouth is closing because of the monsoon failure, because of the climate change issues, and also the historical flood in 2015, we lost thousands of new restored mangroves in the Pulicat region. And the cattle grazing, and another problem is algae formation. And one of the major problem is the siltation. Already the madam mentioned siltation because of the low functioning and closing of the bore mouth. Next. And lesson learned. So as per based on my experience, we learn. So our model is ecological mangrove restoration canal model. The CBEM or community-based ecological restoration model I learned from Mangrove Action Project in Thailand. Then although we include the local communities and also the nursery formation. After the 1 meter, nearly 1 meter, we have to shift it to from nursery to the mangrove restoration field area. Next. Then show some photos. This is also integrated model, the livelihood promotion to the local community. Because of we are creating the awareness to the communities. They are the owner. That means they are taking care of the mangrove restoration part. The 24 hours they are going to fishing in the mangrove field area. So we are creating the more awareness. This is your land. You are earning the income from the mangrove field area. So you should protect your livelihood resources like mangroves and other ecosystems. The next. This is a very good achievement where we did the mangrove restoration area, the increase in the flora, fauna, and the very good biodiversity is becoming in the Pulicat region area. And also the quantity of income also increasing year by year from the mangrove field area compared to the other non-mangrove area in the Pulicat Lake region. Next. You can see when we started the mangrove restoration in 2007, there is most of the places was empty land, but slowly they become rich biodiversity because of the hard work with the local communities and the donor and our staff team. The earlier in the Pulicat, only this Abyssinia marina is the indigenous species. By we introduced Rhizobora mucronata in 2012. But our forest department planted some Rhizobora in 2004. But compared to the survival rate, Rhizobora also it's becoming a very well. The last 3-year plantation, we got 90% survival rate as per recorded by Dr. Ramasubramaniam from MSSRF when he was visited in our mangrove restoration field area last month. Thank you. Next. You can see the benefit of EMR model, ecological mangrove restoration model in 2012 to 2023. You can see now I can't take the pictures because the whole area is covered by the mangroves. Next. Then some case studies, I put 2 case studies, one for castnet fishermen, another for the hand picker. As per my survey, nearly 3,000 families, they have directly benefited through the mangrove field area by fisheries resources. The different type of mud crabs and tiger prawn, other things. Next. This is already we did this type of mangrove field area, almost nearly 11 sites already I worked with mangrove restoration. Next. This is how many areas already we did in Nellore and Tamil Nadu. You can see the difference after the growth of our mangrove restoration field. Next. This is the Google image. Next, our mangrove field area.
Mr. Mirisa, this is great work. What we would like to hear more from you is the kind of challenges you faced with respect to doing this great work. You said hard work and persistence is the key.
Yes.
But what made you work harder is something which we would like to hear more from you.
Yes, the challenges mainly I mentioned the climatical issues, and cattle grazing and some local communities challenges we are facing. And recently we have some little conflict with the local departments and ourselves because of some areas we are going to digging some EMR model canals. No, it is against somebody is giving the petition to it is against the CRZ rules and violating the CRZ rules. But without canals, the mangroves cannot survive because of the Pulicat tidal is less than 1 meter in the throughout the year.
And since there are a lot of young scientists as well in the audience here, would you like them to focus their work on certain specific areas which could benefit your kind of work in future?
Yes, definitely. We are welcome to the scientific research people. Already recently we collaborate, we are inviting to the Satyabama universities also, one of the professor also attending this program, and also we are collaborate with the Abdul Hakim College and Ponneri Dr. MGR University, Fisheries University also. They are using for our field for the GIS mapping and other data collections. So we need more support, scientific support from the other department and colleges and the government side. It will be helpful for the better documentation as well as the better the result. Okay, next. Okay, yeah. Oh, please. Yeah, next, before. You can see the communities, okay, before. Okay. Already time is very short. Okay, skip. This is our next, okay. Next. Yeah, you can see the difference, the way invasive species was there. We removed and put the canals and planted after this. You can the difference between before and after. Next. Okay, this is some other government officials are visited our site. Next. Even the community participation, the different sites in Pulicat, the last 3 years projects. Next. This is the previous 2000 from 2007 to now areas. Okay, next. This is the new lives in the mangroves. Different type of birds nesting on eggs. Next. Some community-based involvement where we use the canal work. Next. Some other maintenance work of our mangrove site. Next. And associate plants also. This is the voluntary program. This is Anna University, madam. Then other volunteer donors and other things. Next. The school students. This is also, we are collaborating with the university colleges for biodiversity for long-term conservation plans. Already we started. We started the different Kalinga Foundation, Women Christian College, now the Abdul Hakim College and the Satyavama universities. Next. This is the one of the key tool. We introduced wetland tour. Wetland tour, we invited other side people, like city-based people. We are inviting, please come and see, learn what are the importance of the mangroves. So what are the challenges we are facing by the mangrove restorations, like pollution, other industrial development, other things, So last year we introduced this kind of one of the key awareness program, wetland tour. Next. And also collaboration with other colleges, university schools. Next. Then climate change education, we cover 5,000 people last 2 years. Next. In drawing competition, some other awareness program, life skill education. Next. This is the other program. Next. Some relief and the networking with the government bodies, State Green Mission, Fisheries Department and the State Forest Department, other department also. Next. This is, you can see the difference. When we start the program in 2009, only one mangroves are there. We started with the community. You can see the difference next to 10 years. Next. This is the one point. Every 6 months we are taking some sequential point photos in the site. Next. Thank you.
Sorry to rush you up, but you made a great point here in terms of quality of work which your organization has done. So we'll have some question from the audience later, which you can respond to, but you may please take your seat. Thank you. I think, there's this story of Vikramaditya's throne. So once you get onto the throne, something goes there. So I thought that since the mic is working now, rather than inviting the speakers there at the podium, I'll hand over the mic to Dr. Varghese Paul to talk about the larger perspective in this area. I must say that, recently means a year back, I went through a very impressive work on RSET monitoring of mangrove monitoring, which is really a wonderful work being done by C4 ICRAF. I'm not saying this because Dr. Rupesh Bhumia is here, but that was really something which I liked after a long time. Means reading the application of science was so much there. And then I discovered that USAID was one of the supporters for this new framework, monitoring framework for mangroves. So I would request Dr. Paul not just to talk about the larger perspective from the USAID side, but also the kind of things which USAID would like to support or US Forest Service would like to support in future? What is their vision in terms of taking forward the science and policies in India?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I would say I am the odd man out here. I never worked on mangroves. I came to this workshop to learn a few things about mangroves because USAID India is in the process of designing a new project focusing on coastal and marine conservation, of which mangrove restoration, the blue carbon, and vulnerability analysis, that's an important part. So I thought I would attend and learn. So I was asked to be a panelist. So I said, okay, I can be a panelist. I can share whatever I know. So I will start what USAID is doing in terms of mangrove. There are aspects all across the globe. At USAID, we have been supporting mangrove work for quite a long time. One of the challenges we face, not in India, but some of the other countries where we work, there is a lack of appreciation of policymakers and decision makers on the contribution or importance of mangroves and the ecosystem services it's provide. So one of our most entry point activities is sensitizing these policymakers about the importance of mangroves. Then I did not say they don't have the capacity like the FSI or NRSC to monitor the mangroves. The second step is in the helping those countries using advanced technologies, remote sensing, GIS, in monitoring mangroves. Then we also support countries in conducting pilots on restoration. We help countries in preparing mangrove restoration strategies or mangrove strategies. And in the Indo-Pacific, we also help countries incorporate mangroves into their NDCs, nationally determined contribution, which is the commitment which countries have made to the Paris Climate Agreement. And the other important aspect which we support is the ecological monitoring, long-term ecological monitoring. I was mentioning about the monitoring work conducted by Sephorograph in Koringa. That was supported by USAID, not just in Koringa, but a few other mangrove-rich areas in India, including Sundarbans, Andamans, and Bhitarkanika. And I understand that they're also going to focus on the western coast of India, either in Maharashtra or in Gujarat. So it was in that context the RSET technology was introduced. I believe it's somebody from Indonesia or somewhere, somebody came and introduced the technology, and that now data monitoring based on the RSET, whether it is the impact of sea level rise or sedimentation and other climate vulnerabilities on mangroves is ongoing as part of that. And we will continue to do that. One of the other strong areas of USAID in many of the countries we are working is private sector engagement or leveraging private sector money into conservation. We have done that successfully in forest and biodiversity conservation, terrestrial. But we have attempted that on mangrove conservation also in certain countries, but we are not being successful much. Now, to answer your question, what are we planning to do in India? So we are at this point, as I mentioned, designing a program on broader coastal and marine conservation in collaboration with MOEFCC, the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change, and also with Wildlife Institute of India. That focuses on 4 or 5 important areas. One is strengthening marine and coastal protected areas and their network. Then strengthening conservation of other marine and coastal areas outside protected areas. Then the 2 other aspects is innovations and data sharing. So that's where we are planning to bring in agencies like NOAA, NASA, to work with agencies in India to strengthen monitoring and valuation. And also about innovations. USAID is known for coming up with innovative technologies. For instance, in the forestry sector in India, we have come up with a geospatial management plan. I think this mic is behaving funny. I believe you guys can hear me well. geospatial solution for working plan preparation. So similar innovations can be done for the mangrove management sector in India also with USAID support. There's one last thing I wanted to mention, probably I'm forgetting that. This is what we are planning to do in India, and marine and coastal conservation, including mangroves, is an important area for USAID going forward. We support that through two types of funds. One is biodiversity fund, which is for conservation, and we get another funding, which is the climate change or sustainable landscape. The bottom line of sustainable landscape is blue carbon, or carbon. In this context, blue carbon, otherwise reducing emissions, so increasing sequestration. So the program which we designed would focus on conservation as well as enhancing sequestration or reducing emissions through mangroves and through tree grasses and other means. I will end maybe.
Thank you, Dr. You mentioned about the data sharing part of it within the larger frame of coastal and marine conservation related work. That's an important area globally now, needs to be highlighted. And I think it may be in the interest of the audience here, if you can slightly elaborate on that, what kind of data we are talking about. Are we talking about just collaboration with various agencies, or we are talking about type of data which will be collaborated on?
In fact, it's a combination of both. If you look at the marine and coastal concern, there is the lack of credible data. First is maybe how can we collect that data, either individually or through partnerships, and creating a network or a system for sharing that data among researchers and other agencies. So it's two-pronged, generation of data and that. That's what we decided at this point. As I said, it's in the design stage, so we haven't really worked out the details, but the idea is broader data sharing.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. Let me now come to Dr. Shanti Priya Pandey. Since she comes from the government in a senior position where she understands and influences the policies, MISTI being one of the very progressive policies of Government of India, where we are talking about community at the center, community engagement in restoration of mangroves, and so on. But there are also some people who talk about forest department's role in the restoration of mangroves. So where do the forest department, which is government, interact with the communities on this, and what kind of policy provisions are there which allows more and more people to be at the center stage of mangrove restoration? So apart from what you would be talking on what kind of challenges one faces with respect to science and research based information, if you can highlight on this part of policies and policy provision. Thank you.
To avoid repetition, I'll just highlight a few points that needs to be taken forward, be it from the government side. When we look at these mangrove ecosystems are basically wetlands, and unfortunately we don't have health cards for each of these ecosystems. I'll talk about Kolleru. It has a unique flora and fauna system, but unfortunately when you look at the lake per se, it doesn't have a health card which shows what is the health of that particular lake. Similarly in the case of Koringa, similarly in the case of Pulikat and Krishna Wildlife Sanctuary, which are having mangrove ecosystems. So basically with reference to the wetland rules of 2017, each of these wetlands have to be notified under the wetland rules with the state wetland authority, and this should be recognized by the central wetland authority. This has not taken off. And when you're talking about data sharing, in fact when USAID will pitch in at some point of time, we have mangrove cells at the center, we have mangrove cells at the state, but somehow the data is not moving either in the positive direction or in the forward direction. So we need to convert these cells, mangrove cells at the center as well as the state, into data repository centers. You need to share data. Unfortunately, see, this is the first of its kind, the Mangrove Conclave in India. We have a whole lot of organizations coming together, sharing a lot of information. They're doing this in isolation. They need to speak to each other. If you need to speak to each other and deposit this data, either the state or the central level, then we understand what is happening where. And you can share this data both from the top to the bottom as well as from the states to the center, so that this data center which has this information is accessible by everybody. See, we are doing a lot of work on marine conservation, data is not available. We are doing a lot of work on mangroves, data is not available. A lot of work is being done on avifauna, is not available. So it's all in isolation. We need to speak to each other, share the data, so that these repository centers can hold that data and is easily accessible. The third point is with reference to the enforcement, the policy part of it. If you can have it in the protected area fold, because a lot of mangroves are falling in revenue lands, and unfortunately they're not protected. And we need to bring in a regimen saying that whatever is in the revenue lands, unsurveyed lands, these have to be notified as protected areas or protected forests under Section 24. I mean, you have the Indian Forest Act as well as the local state forest acts. They have to be brought under the protection regimen. Then you understand, see, nothing comes free in this world. And whatever is not protected is, people think that it is easily accessible and is free to everybody. So unless you have an enforcement mechanism to protect these areas, it becomes very difficult. And similarly, you have these compensatory afforestation models, like we have Camper. There'll be a senior officer from Delhi who will be joining you. And they have compensatory afforestation models for the general territorial forest areas. But if we can extend that compensatory afforestation model to mangroves, definitely we can make progress with reference to restoration, and also addressing it in terms of scientifically, in the sense that restoration can take place with too few species and we can claim success. But if you want success on a long run, you need to address biodiversity issues. So you can address plantation of mangroves on compensatory afforestation levels also. Then you need to address with reference to pollution. This is some area which is a gray area as of now. Everybody talks about pollution, but how to address it scientifically, nobody has answers. If we can address what is the pollution levels of each of these wetlands, each of these estuaries, we will be able to tackle that better. We also talk about fish resources, crab resources, and different species which are available in the estuaries, but how are they getting impacted because of degradation in the mangrove ecosystems? That needs to be addressed. So there are a lot of research gaps, not only from the climatic change aspects, but also from other angles which need to be addressed. So our research base should be really strong. We should involve a whole lot of research organizations and also speak to each other so that the data is available to the managers while implementing various restoration policies. Thank you.
Very interesting, Dr. Pandey. I heard that some of the mangroves which are growing on the revenue, quote unquote, revenue land need to be notified. Now, my subsequent question would be, with your experience, if you can share, how do we deal with this conflict between the private and public resources? Because that's a major issue in general. But now if we are saying that for the larger good, we take over the private lands and notify them, remove them from the domains of the private owners of it. How does that get tackled?
No, you did not catch my point. Actually, I'm talking about revenue lands, which are government lands. There is a private entrepreneurship that is with the people. They have, in fact, ownership of those lands. These private people may be encouraged not to diverse the area from mangroves. They can be encouraged, whatever aquaculture they are taking up, to encourage to plant mangroves on the bunds. So that is one aspect of it. Revenue lands, which are government lands, unfortunately, see, these are deemed forests. As per the definition of a forest, as per the Godavaraman case, these mangroves are considered as deemed forests. You cannot divert these forests for any other use. So unfortunately, the understanding is very little in the states also, and they tend to divert it without understanding the implications of it. And definitely courts intervene once in a while whenever the states go beyond board.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey. Very well clarified, and it allays some of the fears which people might have otherwise. I would like to invite one or two questions if you have very clear and sharp questions from the audience, and then we'll go for conclusion of that. Can we pass on the mic there?
Hello sir, I'm Dr. Saurabh Pal from Eastern Coastal Studies Foundation. I was watching the sessions from the morning and also this panel discussion. Madam has presented some data from the government, and also later than that the Dr. Reddy had showed some data from the satellite imagery on the Indian Sundarbans part. Okay, I know the other parts, but since I directly work in the Indian Sundarbans part, I'm just focusing on only that only. So generally all the speakers and we in a common concept just say that the cyclones are detrimental to mangroves because they destroy mangrove patches, right? We don't see any evidence of that thing in the data given by the government. Why is that? Is it just a dogma or there is a science behind it? If you look at the data of 2009, West Bengal received one of the largest cyclones, Cyclone Aila. Everyone talks about it still, and the data doesn't show it. And same again, 19 to 21, West Bengal receives Cyclone Feni, Cyclone Bulbul, Cyclone Amphan, Cyclone Yas. 4 cyclones in a span of 2 years, and the West Bengal's mangrove data is increasing. And who is doing this restoration work amidst the entire COVID period 2020 and 2021? Thank you for the comments.
Do you have any specific person in mind to respond to this? Or, Dr. Pandey, would you like to? Or no, I think the question is because he elaborated it, so we perhaps lost the question. Question is that when we say that cyclones are impacting, having negative impact on mangroves,
yeah, is it a dogma or is it science?
No, actually, since I work in Sundarban, so I may give a little clarification on this. So actually, it happened like since he has asked regarding some restoration work we carried out during the COVID period. Let me clarify this first. Sundarban, we in Sundarban actually planted 5 crores and 15 crores of saplings in mangroves in the entire area, like 2 of the districts, like 24 Pargana South and North, both the districts have been covered by 5 crores and 15 crores of seedlings. That is a special initiative taken by our government of West Bengal. That is in collaboration with the forest department and the district administration as such. So that way, that is probably a good reason for increase of the major chunk. And one more thing, that the destruction of the mangrove, though it has taken place, but from our survey we could not find anything major destruction in the forest area actually. Since Sundarban is a major chunk of natural mangrove forest, even this Aila and everything has happened, but mostly the destruction part has havoc the land-based areas where people live. Human habitation has been havoc, but as such the forest area of Sundarban, the natural forest area which we are talking about, the Sundarban Tiger Reserve and the Biosphere Reserve as such, which is roughly about 4,000 square kilometers of major mangrove forest naturally, that has not been damaged as such. Probably.
So thank you. Thank you for this clarification. Yeah. And it's interesting that within the audience only somebody is responding, not a panel member. Yeah. But I think issue still remains. The question which he is asking, perhaps we don't have sufficient data on this, or whether it is the government or local communities or scientists, they have not very carefully looked at the kind of negative implications cyclones and other disasters have on the health of the mangroves. So we will leave it there, and maybe during the lunch time
he has to say something.
Okay. That's right. That's right. Yes, yes, please, please.
Madam, as a manager of mangrove areas, what is it exactly that you see in a map which is useful to you? Its periodicity, its resolution. What is it that you want in a map, so that a large number of people working on remote sensing can give you what you want?
In a map, we just like to look at the shoreline changes. See, if you look at Hope Island, in fact, that island is a long strip, about 18 kilometers long. It actually is the first barrier for Kakinada Bay. So when you look at the shoreline changes, when you look at the depletion of the mangrove cover, you will understand what vegetation has been removed, that it is no longer a barrier. So we look at the shoreline, the changes, and we understand what is required, because we not only take up mangrove plantations in these estuarine areas, we also take up casuarina plantations on a large scale. So these are our shields, bioshields, and we look at the bioshields from a territorial forest angle, how to protect the shore from the incursion of cyclones. Like he was talking about science and dogma also, that also I can address, but I will look at it in a different level. When reference to cyclones, what happens is, there are different ownerships of land. Forest department is only concerned with the forest areas. Revenue land, we say the onus is with the revenue department. Unfortunately, mangrove ecosystem is everybody's land, everybody's priority, but we do not recognize that ownership. Private people, and in fact the farmers and all, they will understand it from their perspective. If something is lost, they will feel the pain. And in the case of revenue areas, what happens is, people are not concerned about the vegetation. This is where we have to pitch in about creating awareness. If some kind of damage or property is being done through a cyclone, we should understand that if a mangrove ecosystem is also being lost in the process, the revenue department, see, we all work in narrow walls. We divide our work also and responsibilities. But at the same point of time, when it is affecting everybody, then you have to take a collective ownership for all these things.
Thank you, Dr. Pandit. Just 1 second, please. Dr. Kathiresan wanted to explain.
Mangroves minus man is zero. We have to focus on participatory management. In the participatory managed community reserves, we need to have more community reserves in this country. Already we have 38 areas identified. Management action plan is implemented. But the rest of the areas escaped from the legal protection. So therefore, community reserves can give better solution. We have only one community reserve for mangroves, in India. We need to have more community reserves. This is my submission. Secondly, Madam was telling about prosopis. Why should we remove prosopis? Many people object. Prosopis is an excellent plant. It is a site for the nesting by the birds. You know what I have done is, I studied the carbon sequestration potential in prosopis. In comparison with the Avicennia marina, I found 9.1-fold the carbon sequestration is greater in Avicennia marina, than the prosopis. So therefore, we have to justify why we are removing prosopis. So in terms of carbon sequestration, we can justify that. This is my submission.
Thank you, Dr. Kathiresan. I'm sorry, but we are really late. So if it is 30 seconds question.
Yeah. So two things, lot of activism now going on. So suddenly you see NGOs, the CSR, everybody is putting lot of effort on mangroves. Madam's presentation said ki you cannot do it, monoculture and many kinds of. Does it change the topography? Second is we are talking about ecology, economy and emotion. As said, is USAID looking forward to involve? We have seen in Bhitarika, national parks are out of bound of communities most of the time. There is no crab no fisheries activities not allowed. So one question to ma'am and the other one to sir.
See, nothing goes, that's what I'm telling. Nothing is free in this world. And also with reference to communities, we do this activity even in the national parks or sanctuaries through the eco-development committees. Now, there is a system where you have general body resolutions being taken up, who is to do what, and at the same time, money when flows into the system, either through Mishti or through Camper and all, it goes through the development of the village. At the same time, they're getting some kind of livelihood. Even if you look at MG and REGS, you have this 100 days wages also being given to this community. So people are benefiting from it. It is not that we divest anything from the community. Community is an integral part of this particular landscape. And the other part of the question, I think USAID will handle.
Can you please repeat the question for me?
When it is a national park, especially for ordinary people, mangrove doesn't provide any economic opening for the people. That is why we are telling ki mangroves are neglected. Only you see activism, industries, they are coming and planting trees, which most of the time become monoculture. That I wanted from ma'am to hear. But this is the question. How to put these things together so that it flourishes. Because Vitarkanika shows 8% of increase of mangrove area in last 2-3 years, I think. But it will not sustain, as I feel, working there for last 20-25 years.
Okay. So the example I was talking about, the lack of awareness, that was in some of the other Southeast Asian countries and Latin American countries where the importance of mangroves was not appreciated. And as ma'am said and many others said, people are the center of everything, whether mangrove conservation or forest conservation. They need to be incentivized and they get a lot of benefits. They are dependent on that. There's maybe the fodder, fuel, a lot of other things, you know. And one of the things which I missed out while I was making the intervention was in the morning session there was talk about carbon credits also. Carbon credits should go to the people. In the new program which USAID is designing, we can help develop carbon credits, of course, with people at the center of everything. They get the benefits in addition to the current benefits they are getting from the mangrove ecosystem. Thank you.
So thank you very much for these useful questions which generated more discussion, more clarifications during this panel discussion. I will not come in the way of you and your lunch, so I would like to sum it up as Dr. Kathiresan said earlier, that mangrove without man, I would add women, is a non-entity. And I think what also came from the panel was that when we talk about collaboration, we are not just talking about collaboration between entities and institutions, but collaboration of minds as well. As Dr. Shantipriya Pandey was saying that, people don't bother if it is a forest land, if a forester won't bother about a revenue land, revenue officials will not bother about the private land, and private individuals will not bother about forest land and revenue land. So that's the mindset which we need to change. And I think when we talk about awareness, my personal experience is that a precursor to awareness is realization. I'm saying the other way around. People feel that realization comes after awareness. I'm saying that you bring awareness after the realization. And in many areas where I have worked personally, I have worked with other teams, learned that if we can make each individual in our country realize that how important the mangroves are, how important the collaboration, how important the science and knowledge is, how important the policies are, then the awareness will be effective. So with that, I would like to close by thanking all the panelists here for their very useful and valuable contribution. Dr. Paul, Mirisa, Dr. Pandey, and Dr. Gyanapadam. So with that, we'll close this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I request Dr. Masankar Panda to felicitate our moderator, Mr. Ravi Pratap Singh, and our panelists for today. Dr. Gnanaparam, Professor IIST Tirunanthapuram. Mr. Mirasa S., Mangrove Foundation of India. And Dr. Varghese Paul, USAID India. Thank you all. Before we break for lunch, please bear with me for a couple of announcements. Parallel sessions will start at 2:40 p.m. Kindly please maintain the times because we're already running behind schedule. 2:40.